Good evening. This is the Select Board meeting open session for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. Let's go straight into announcements. First, I'd like to turn it over to the town administrator for a couple of announcements, and then I'll give opportunity to the other Select Board members.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. There's just three things I want to report on quickly. The first is an important one, and it has to do with the town's allocation of American Recovery Plan funding. The good news is we did receive our first half of our allotment. That's about $16 million of a $32 million allotment. And want to tell you that the treasurer is actively making sure those funds are invested and generate investment interest income for the town. But unfortunately, or frustratingly, we don't have the kind of detailed guidance that we were hoping to get from Treasury. It's possible we will continue to get it, but we have a webinar that communities in our status are being given an opportunity to engage with the United States Treasury Department on Thursday. So we're hopeful we get that information, because we do know generally what the grant is eligible for, and we've been reading about that and learning about that. Unfortunately, we just don't have the kind of detailed regs or guidance that we would normally get from federal government to begin spending that kind of money. So we're hoping Thursday will provide us some guidance. If not, I think cities and towns are getting very anxious and are probably going to move forward with the best information that we have, and that would include the town of Brookline, because we are also very anxious to get this money working for the important purposes for which Congress enacted it in the first place. So just a couple of quick things. We are developing a framework of a process, and that would govern the application, the approval, the expenditure, and the reporting of these funds. And we think a program similar to the Federal Community Development Block Grant monies that the town receives every year is a good model for this. And I think many communities, especially those who have experience with CDBG, are feeling pretty much the same way. So basically it would be, we would open up an application process with a lot of guidance, and we would then consider the programs and projects that were submitted by eligible entities, including the town, in a process like that. We are also developing a very robust online portal for transparency and accountability. And that is the one thing we hear from the feds constantly. So it may be that they're not going to give us a lot of guidance, but they will require us to be very open and transparent about it. And we are working on that. We're using our OpenGov platform, which many other cities and towns are also doing. So that gives us the benefit of a lot of cities and towns that are using that, and we can share information. But I think you'll find the OpenGov platform has been developed with the ARP in mind. And then finally, after Thursday, one way or the other, I think we're going to start moving forward with proposals about how to move forward. And so in the absence of any other process, I think we'll convene the town school partnership, which includes select board, school committee, and the advisory committee shortly after Thursday, and then outline our initial thoughts for this funding.
Excellent.
Second matter on my update list is the fact that there was another manhole incident in the community last evening. This is an electrical issue. It's not a natural gas issue, although of course there is natural gas, under the ground. And but last night's incident, as I understand, was not uncommon arcing of wires that creates some concussive event and lifts the manhole. So it was not a natural gas event. It wasn't an explosion in that sense. Yet we've had a number of these. They're not uncommon in urban areas, but it does concern me. And so I can assure you that the Department of Commissioner of Public Works, as well as the fire chief, are on top of it, and we will be exploring opportunities to learn more and to see if there's anything that can be done. It is concerning when something as heavy as a manhole gets displaced, if not actually blown into the air. So just wanted to mention that. And then finally, also wanted to mention that the town has again gotten above its 10% subsidized housing index number, which is the formula under Chapter 40B. If you're above 10%, then you're really no longer under some of the mandatory requirements of 40B. Last time we had hit 40B, we fell below. I think it's unlikely we would do that again. I think the 10% is likely to be in place for a while. I think it's likely that the second Hancock Village building permit will, that's a large project, so that will probably get us over for a while, and we'll avoid some of the variations that can get you below 10 and above 10. So I think we're at 10% for a while. Now, as we've talked before, that doesn't mean, that's the end of our town's affordable housing. In fact, we have major goals and needs in the areas of affordable housing. But it does mean that the 40B, some of those strict requirements, and especially the timeframes associated with those, would be relaxed, or we'd have more discretion on those. So just wanted to mention that you'll hear about that we're now above 10% again.
Excellent. An update, but not the end.
Correct.
Okay, any other board members have announcements? Bernard, remember to try to keep yourself to 90 seconds per item. You're muted.
I said, don't worry, Heather. So I just wanted to let people know about the, I thought, very successful Juneteenth event on the 19th of June. It was fairly well attended, about 200 people, and included a march down the very busy intersection of or streets of Harvard and Route 9. And nonetheless, there's absolutely no problem marching that mile and a half through very, very busy and main streets here in Brookline. So I want to thank everyone who participated in the organizing of this, particularly the town departments that really provided an incredible or did an incredible job with the logistics and making a very successful event. Beautiful weather. We were able to get out finally and meet people, shake their hands, hug if necessary, or if appropriate, and really enjoy beautiful summer weather. So
Great. Any other board members? John.
Quickly, I'll second what Bernard just said. It was a terrific event, and I think Danelle O'Neill, Aaron Galentine, to name just two. I mean, there are plenty who also deserve to be named. Get enormous credit for pulling this off, and I do hope that it's the beginning of what will be an annual event in Brookline that will just grow and get better every year. Second announcement, one of the things that I've been most happy about on the select board is that I have been given the opportunity to chair what is known as the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. It's a terrific group of people, and we had a meeting on Monday, just yesterday, at which developer Robert Steiger of the Bullfinch Companies Incorporated and his team, including architect David Manfredi, presented the very, very initial concepts, I'm going to call them concepts, for a redevelopment of 10 Brookline Place. And the notion is that there is the potential there for a significant life sciences building. In the present conception of things, it would include, at least in a portion, medical lab. All aspects of this are sort of open to discussion right now, and the review is going to continue kind of week by week, month by month going forward, and we're going to draw more and more people into it with additional expertise. But for now, it's a proposal that I think has terrific potential for the town, and I just hope to continue to report back to folks both through this select board regular meeting, but also get more and more people to check out our meetings on Mondays at noon, not every Monday, but just watch the town hall calendar of the full Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. People who want to learn more about this will learn more about it if they participate in those meetings.
Great, thank you so much. Any other announcements? Miriam?
Just very, very quickly, I've been getting some questions about the starting of the ranked choice voting committee. We are on it. But it's in its infancy. So give me a little time because I get to head it and I've never started a committee. So it's all new to me and we had to get past town meeting but it is happening. So hang tight, we're getting there. Thank you.
If there are no other announcements, I will hand the gavel. Oh, Bernard.
Yeah, let me just say that people who are interested in how ranked choice voting is going to work here will get a good idea by following what's going on in New York City, where they're using probably more complicated ranked choice process than we're going to have, but still, it'll give people a good understanding of what we're going to be getting into, and it's not as complicated as I think some people think it is. And can I just add that I appreciate the fact that all the select board members were at the Juneteenth event. It's not me that appreciates it. I'm sure that Donnell and Neil and the organizers appreciate that fact.
It was nice to see us in a different capacity.
Yeah.
Raul.
Thank you. Glad to have been there as part of the unanimous full select board that was in attendance. I do want to offer this, really heartfelt thank you to members of the task force to reimagine policing in Brookline. As I informed our chair and town administrator over email last week, and I want to note for the record tonight, the task force, having commenced our work some 9 months ago, having submitted our final report at the end of February, and having remained active since then to provide feedback to the board, has now concluded our work and met for the final time. We're pleased that the select board and other bodies have now taken positive action or indicated future action on many of our significant recommendations, and encourage the board to continue to review and revisit our recommendations as we continue to redefine public safety in Brookline. It has to be noted that the successful completion of the task force report was only due to the countless hours of volunteer and staff effort. So I wanted to take a brief moment to thank them, to our task force members, Bonnie Bastian, Malcolm Cawthorn, Alamas Dosa, Eitan Hirsch, Kimberly Richardson, Michael Sandman, Kristen Singleton, Ann Weaver, Alexander Weinstein, and Chichi Wu, thank you. And to our staff members, Town Administrator Mel Kleckner, HR Director Ann Braga, Associate Town Council Michael Downey, Chief Diversity Officer Lloyd Delano, former Brookline Chief of Police Daniel Leary, and Administrative Services Director, the one and only Devin Fields. Thank you all for your support and work on this. I'm proud to have chaired this group and the work we produced. I also want to say that a major factor in our ability to produce this kind of work, we met every week, not counting also subcommittee meetings, which met basically every week, was to be able to do this in short order was due to our ability to meet remotely, due to the suspension of sort of these antiquated public meeting rules during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many members indicated that the only reason they were able to meet so consistently for such an extended period of time was because of remote participation. So I wanted to offer that. Speaking personally, my partner and I had a baby in the middle of all this, and I was able to make every single task force meeting because they were remote. And I hope that we'll continue to push the state legislature to make that option permanent. Some task force members indicated wanting to stay involved in the process of reimagining public safety. I hope the board will seriously consider them for positions on the PCAC, any working groups related to social services or cahoots, the police chief search, and other critical positions. These are folks that now are steeped in this and eager to get more involved. Finally, thank you very much to Mel and Heather for their steadfast support throughout the entire process. While our work as a task force is now complete, it's clear that the work of reimagining is well supported in the community and has to continue. I look forward to your continued partnership in moving Brookline forward together. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll turn the gavel over to you, Raul, if you want to manage public comment.
All right, switching gears. Thank you everyone for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and to respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Bruce Levin. Bruce, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello. I'd like to wish everyone a happy Prime Day and encourage them to celebrate by going to lunch tomorrow at a local Brookline restaurant and having a good meal. I will not mention any names, but I had a really good sandwich very close to the D line. I'd also like to address the delivery issue for Sanctuary and for all the other ones. In the March 2021 issue of Nature Sustainability Journal, there's an article entitled Greenhouse Gas Emissions of Cannabis Production in the United States. Summarily, you get approximately 2,000 to 5,000 carbon dioxide equivalent per 1 kilogram of dried flower. Regarding the proposed home delivery, I think it's a great idea. You have one car going out rather than several ones coming in. I do note that there is a provision that it be an electric car. I think that's a good idea, but based on the destruction of trees in the area, the failure to plant the chicanes, the lackluster look of some of the landscaping, that just seems more like virtue signaling rather than cogent environmental policy, which I think everyone really wants to see. It's not news to say that we're basically 0 for 5 on the retail. The question is, as we consider more licenses, why did it end up that way? And once we can answer that, I think that it can be answered. The whole delivery thing seems kind of like rice-a-roni for second place, and would really like to see some equitable ownership. But I think there are a lot of questions that have to be answered first. I will, what I'd like to find out about the delivery is, I know one of the ones, they're from Athol, although I think they live relatively close by, but what will be done to make sure everything is accounted for and we get all taxes if it is not solely picked up at the retail outlet? Thank you.
Devin?
At this time, there are 21 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate that they would like to make a comment.
Okay. Raul. Okay, so our regular business, miscellaneous items first. We're going to hold the meeting minutes from last week because I think Kate just finished drafting them today, so they are not ready to be voted, but you'll see them in your packet next week. As for the other items, they range from accepting a gift to the Office of Veterans Services from Michael Merrill in the amount of $1,000, approving contract disposing of leaves and related work with LaRusso Corporation in the amount of $148,520, a change order for the high school expansion project, the Tappan Gym and third floor renovation with CTA construction managers in the amount of $578.52, approving a change order 1 for the high school expansion project, Cypress Street Playground with Heimlich Landscaping and Construction Company in the amount of $180,950, an extra work order in the amount of $139,000 for contract with Richard D. Ambrosia Incorporated to be funded with previously accepted grants from the Massachusetts Department of Transportation's Winter Shared Streets and Spaces Grant. Question of approving a permit to Matthew Kerstein doing business as Flowers and Opera Night for the closure of the public alley at SS Pierce for public gatherings and musical performances on each Thursday from June to October from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Ooh, a little arts and culture in Coolidge Corner. So I'm moving all of those. Are there any questions before I take the roll call vote? John?
This is utterly at the chair's discretion, of course. Matthew is here, and I'm just dying to know a little bit more about what is a very interesting idea for Coolidge Corner. Is it possible just to hear a little bit more detail from him on the plan for this Opera Flowers Public Alley experience?
Absolutely. Just remember the motion. It's still open.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Michael Kerstein, and I'm Matthew's dad. Matthew's perfectly capable of speaking for himself, but is to be on his way to attend his father and mother-in-law's 50th anniversary, and it was a choice between that or me speaking. So I'd be happy to answer some of your questions. A few of the things he knows. For one, this isn't every Thursday night, although I wish it was. It's one Thursday night a month through September. It's the last Thursday of the month. All right. It was born out of last year. We've done two so far. And it was last year when things were glooming, and he looked up and said, "You know what the world needs is a little flowers and opera." And it was very hard. It was very hard to say no to that. It's been well received. We've done not a lot of advertising on it purposely, not wanting to draw big crowds. You still want to do some social distancing and keep it there. But last month, and I'll be happy to have him send around the iPhone video we took to see people singing along at the closing of Somewhere Over the Rainbow. It was quite something. It was really quite something, and well needed. We closed the alley last time. We closed it a little bit too early. Closed it early afternoon, and messed up one of the deliveries for Allium. We learned. Spoken to her this time. We wouldn't close it down till 4 o'clock, and your deliveries are done by then. You close that alleyway. It starts at 5. People hear it from the farmers market, from walking in the street, come down and hang out for a bit for the hour and a half, 2 hours it is on. And surprising me, you're in the area behind the SS Pierce building that has dumpsters and air conditioning and ducts and all of that. And people like it and participate and sing along.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for that clarification that it's the last Thursday of the month. So the motion is there. Should I call the roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're ready.
Raul?
Aye.
If that's on, aye. I think
If
you're
I'm
muted.
next, if I'm next, aye.
Period.
Aye.
Great. Okay, so Mel, we have a presentation. On the Community Partnership Committee for the US Open in 2022.
Yes, I'll just make some very preliminary comments and then turn it over to Ken Goldstein, who will be making the presentation this evening. And we have a number of participants from the country club that will be joining us as well. So it seems hard to believe that after so many years of planning this event, it's right around the corner. It's a year away that the 2021 US Open just concluded on this past Sunday at a course in San Diego, California. And now it's on to Brookline, Massachusetts for the 2022 Open, which will be held in June. And there is a lot, it's a big event, it's a huge sporting event, and it's a major golf tournament for professional golf. But really for us, it's about the excitement and some of the community benefits that can be generated by an event like this in our community. And so that tonight we want to focus on the community benefits. There is plenty to talk about traffic and parking and things like that, and we will get to that. But at the time being, we want to focus on the community benefits, and in particular, ask the board to authorize a community partnership committee, which is pretty much the way the town has run these major golf events in the past. And as you know, the town has had several US Opens as well as a Ryder Cup. And the way in which the town exercises its opportunities for community benefits is typically in a community partnership committee. So with that, I will turn it right over to Ken, and you can begin the presentation. Thank you, Ken. And I assume you'll introduce Kate and others.
I will.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So nice to see you all and share Mel's excitement. This has been a long time in the works, and it's really exciting to be there, to be here finally. Devin, can you please promote Kate Liness and Elise Mackin? Elise is going to run the PowerPoint part of this presentation. So let's get her. Is that done?
Yes.
Good. All right. Well, as you know, I'm Ken Goldstein, former select board member and town meeting member, precinct 14, local attorney, and a very mediocre golfer as well. 6 years ago, when I was concluding my term on the select board, this whole process was just beginning, and discussions had just begun about the 2022 US Open. As you know, I've been quietly, at least most of you know, I've been quietly working on an ad hoc, informal basis with Mel as he's come to terms with the organizers and hosts of the US Open for 2022. Will you go to the next slide, please? Just while I'm talking, you can look at the agenda here. The most significant personal context for my involvement in this, and the reason I'm here tonight, though, is not because I'm a former select board member or attorney or golfer even. It's because I'm a lifelong resident of this town. I've chosen to make Brookline my home, and I'm fortunate enough to have been able to live here for my entire life. And as a result, I'm very proud of this town in many respects. When the international spotlight shines on Brookline next year for the 122nd US Open, I want to make sure that Brookline reflects the very best of what I know Brookline is about. And I want it to be viewed as a community that meets challenges, that optimizes opportunities to engage and enhance the lives of its citizens, that knows how to have a good time, because that's really what this is about too, and that honors tradition while continuing to evolve and learn in the process. Next June will be the 4th time the US Open comes to Brookline and the Country Club. Next slide, please. The US Open is an annual golf championship, if you don't know, run by the USGA, one of the 2 worldwide governing bodies of the game of golf. The USGA and its European counterpart, called the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St. Andrew, sets the rules and standards for the game, promotes the game, and puts on organized competitions. The USGA should not be confused with the PGA. You might have heard the PGA. That's the one you see most Sunday afternoons on TV. They put on organized competitions as well for professional golfers only. The Country Club, by the way, is one of the USGA's 5 founding clubs. So back when it all started, the Country Club was there. Next slide, please. In the world of golf, you should be aware the Country Club maintains a very exalted status. It's called the Country Club as opposed to the Brookline Country Club or something similar, because in 1882, when it was founded, there were no other country clubs. It was the Country Club. The golf course at the Country Club is unique and challenging. It's worthy of the highest level of competition. And if you've ever been to the grounds, you'll see a facility that's charming and graceful, and even a little evocative of a bygone era. Next slide, please. The country club has hosted 17 previous major golf competitions, including 3 prior US Opens. Next slide, please. And 4 events since 1988. The 1999 Ryder Cup was held there. That was the last really big one, although the 2013 Amateur was there. That 1999 Ryder Cup is viewed as perhaps the most thrilling golf event in the last 50 years. People in the golf world all proclaimed that they were there to see it, and many of them were, frankly. It was a huge event and a very competitive event as well. Next slide, please. It was at the 1913 US Open at the Country Club that Francis Ouimet, a 20-year-old caddy at the Country Club, who lived and grew up right across the street on Clyde Street, beat the best of the world to win the championship in what came to be known as the greatest game ever played. If you haven't read the book by Mark Frost called The Greatest Game Ever Played, or seen the film starring Shia LaBeouf, I recommend both of them to you. It's a thrilling underdog triumph story, and also an insight into the highly class divided society of the early 20th century. The best part of it is every word of it is true. Next slide, please. So thanks to Mel Kleckner and many other dedicated individuals who've been working on this for the last 6 years, the 2022 US Open will be held at the Country Club 1 year from right now. The event, including practice rounds, will be held on June 13th through June 19th, 2022. And we should note that the final day of the scheduled competition will be Juneteenth, 2022. And I think appropriate respect will need to be paid to the coincidence of that event. There'll be thousands of visitors to our town and an international television audience of approximately 100 million viewers. Next slide, please. This type of attention and the cash that comes with it will afford our town some rare opportunities. Probably most obvious are the positive economic impacts. Brookline's restaurants and hotels will benefit before, during, and after the event, and local options taxes will reflect that. But other businesses, including retail and nonprofits such as the Auto Museum and the JFK Birthplace, will see a sharp influx in patronage. Part of the deal negotiated with the USGA and the Country Club includes the ability for the town to sell merchandise with the event logo on it. This is potentially a very lucrative deal because people pay huge dollars for these things. And Brookline will have the opportunity to basically go into the retail business of merchandising USGA US Open gear. At the Ryder Cup in 1999, the town held a competition to design a town-sponsored banner for the event. These banners were flown from light poles all around town. And when the event was over, many of the banners were sold by local nonprofit groups, and they raised money that way, and likely we should be doing that again too. There is also an opportunity to engage some beneficial programming for the community. Brookline will be receiving 150 complimentary ticket packages. It's anticipated that these will be distributed to local nonprofits to aid in their fundraising efforts. Events such as golf clinics, golf-themed charitable fundraisers, and kickoff celebrations will be planned and held. After all, we need to build some excitement around this with the world's attention focused on us. The Brookline Youth Fund was a major recipient of the charitable efforts from the Ryder Cup, and that might well be repeated. Brookline's role in staging the event also gives Brookline the opportunity to influence the public policy face of the event. We have the opportunity to make this the greenest and most inclusive US Open ever, and in so doing, to focus international attention on these vital causes. This is also an opportunity for Brookline to work closely with the Country Club to further strengthen the symbiotic relationship that the country club and the town of Brookline share. That relationship has made quantum leaps of improvement over the course of my lifetime, and happy to see that continue. Next slide, please. To further expound upon the impact of local businesses, I'm going to direct your attention to a very brief video on the experience of the community that hosted the 2020 US Open. So Elise, if you would click play there, that would be great. And I'll catch my breath while you're doing it.
The U.S. Open returns to Winged Foot for the first time since 2006. It's a date on the calendar later than originally expected, but the National Open is no less than 24 hours away. The pandemic has had a profound impact on the New York metropolitan area and small businesses in particular. These small business owners have stayed resilient, are bouncing back as the U.S. Open brings a small sense of normalcy to this area. Now is the time to support the places you love. Shop small, proudly backed by American Express.
The last 6 months have been very difficult in this community specifically.
In the very beginning, everybody just stayed away and they just didn't know what hit them. You know, nobody knew what to do, or what it was that we were getting hit with.
Generally, it's difficult to find the parking spot when everything is up and running, but there was many parking spaces to find because it was a ghost town. At one point in the early beginning of the pandemic, it became the epicenter here in the United States. But there was a strong sense of community that we've never seen in this area before.
I think it's by our nature, you know. I don't know where it comes from. It's just we hustle a little bit more than others, a little more strong.
You know, but we hung in there, we pulled through, and we're starting to get better and better. Each day gets a little bit better.
I found out, and I've been here for 25 years, that the people are very, very honorable, and they are coming back to shop locally, whether it's here or in other stores that are in the community.
We've never been faced with something like this before, and it helped us all band together as well to help out in any way we could.
Well, we're really excited to have this event happening here. I think that is an opportunity to us to demonstrate to people that they can be here in a safe space.
Winged Foot has done a phenomenal job of including all the local businesses in this process. It brings a focal point to the avenue, to the village in our town.
So I think that it's also an opportunity for Mamaroneck to get back on its feet.
This has been an incredible effort by the USGA, Winged Foot Golf Club, as well, the communities of the metropolitan New York area, of course, the small businesses of this area as well, proudly backed by American Express.
Now is the time to support the places you love. Shop small, proudly backed by American Express.
All right, there you go. A little saccharine in the presentation, but looks like we can expect an increase in wiffle ball and wiffle bat sales too as a part of this. So that's good news too. So next slide, please, Elise. There we go. To administer the various opportunities that are available to us, it's proposed that, as with the Ryder Cup in 1999, the town and the country club get together and form a committee to be known as the Community Partnership Committee. And that committee will work and interface with the USGA to implement the changes, that the programs and advantages that we've been talking about. Next slide, please. There we go. So I'm here tonight to ask that this board form and then charge the committee, and a proposed charge of the committee is before you right now. And I think we should read it so that we're clear on what its charge is, and so that we can edited if
Yeah,
that's
just
needed.
so you know, I had provided that to the board in advance. So I think in the interest of time, why don't we just move on from this slide?
All right, you
Thank you.
got it. I'll go on to the next slide then, please. To put even a finer point on the functions of the committee and a more practical point of view of it, the way I see the functions are first to recommend policies that are reflective of community values, to suggest mechanisms by which local businesses can benefit from the US Open, such as Brookline preferences, to plan events around the event that build enthusiasm, that enhance goodwill, and create community spirit around the championship. Then to administer the allocation of fundraising opportunities, those 150 ticket packages, for example, so that we're being fair and equitable to all of the nonprofits in town and giving opportunities to all. And then finally, to engage media outlets to highlight historic and iconic flavors of Brookline and the country club. We've got some, every time the TV coverage breaks for a commercial break, there's usually shots of the community. Well, we want those shots to be not necessarily of Old North Church and the Paul Revere statue. We want to see the JFK birthplace and other iconic Brookline places as well. So I think that'll be another job that this committee takes on, is to reach out and try to affect that. Next slide, please. So it's proposed that the committee be comprised of 6 appointees from the town and 6 appointees from the country club. If you see fit, I will gladly continue to work on this event as a member of that committee. Also proposed as a member of EDAB, a member of the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, a member of Brookline Climate Action, a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, and a local business representative. That might be a business owner or maybe somebody from the Chamber of Commerce. Now, there's no time to lose here, so one thing you might consider doing is delegating this, the appointing authority to Mr. Kleckner, but I'll leave that to you, of course. To introduce the Country Club's appointees, I invite Country Club member and another lifelong Brookline resident, to Caitlin S., who will introduce you to the Country Club appointees. Kate?
Thank you so much, Ken. And thank you all for having me here tonight. On behalf of the Country Club, I want to express our excitement in bringing the 2002 Open to Brookline and how much we were looking forward to working with the town to make it a terrific community event. Just to reiterate the economic benefits, I think it's important to think not just of the 7 days of the tournament, but of the year ahead and everything that's going to come between now and then. As Ken said, my name's Kate. I was born and raised in Brookline and live here with my family. I'm a board member at the Country Club, where I'm responsible for governance and community relations, which includes the Brookline Youth Fund. Over the last 15 years, I've been really active in a lot of different Brookline organizations, including the Brookline Education Foundation, Steps to Success, the Runkle School, Brookline Youth Lacrosse, and the Brookline Soccer Club. So avid sports fan, avid community member. Probably more mediocre of a golfer than Ken identified himself as, but I'm always trying. I just wanted to run through a brief bio of the other members that we're proposing to be a part of this committee. With there's a page on each of them later on in the deck, but I'll go through it on a brief coverage. They're all Brookline residents. They all have a variety of interests and town connections. Will Curry is a neurosurgeon at MGH. He's an avid golfer who enjoyed TCC as his home course when he played golf at Harvard. He lives with his family, 3 girls and his wife, in town. Will Goldthwait, also an avid golfer, currently works at State Street Global Advisors. He and his wife's 3 children all graduated from Brookline High School. Will was a co-director of the Brookline Youth Lacrosse program for a number of years, also involved with the Brookline Innovation Fund at the high school during that time, and volunteered at the 99 Ryder Cup and 2013 Amateur, so has a lot of experience in what these events actually look like. Glenn Johnson is a partner at Clarion Partners, and which is a private equity real estate investment firm. He is one of 5 vice chairs for the event at the Country Club. He's in charge of government and community relations, which includes a number of different initiatives, including this, but also things like DEI. And so I've been working really closely with Glenn. He and his wife raised their 2 children in Brookline as well. And he's a big time golfer and involved with a lot of the Brookline sports. Kristen LeCount, Brookline resident and general manager, COO of the country club. She literally grew up here, where both her parents and grandparents were working, and has worked every single job at the country club, taking over as general manager last fall. Her husband, Dan, is a small business owner of Prairie Fire in Coolidge Corner, and the elder of her 2 children has enrolled at Heath School. So Kristen will be, and she is a very good golfer, I will say. The last member is Bernie Lee. He is a divisional chief of plastic surgery at Beth Israel. They have 2 sons. His wife, Britt, has been the chair of our Brookline Youth Fund tournament for several years now. She serves on the community relations committee as well. So that's a little bit about the members that we're proposing to represent the club in this committee. And yeah, I think that's all on my side.
Thank you, Kate. In conclusion, members of the select board, there are a few people who know better than me how demanding your jobs are and how many constituencies you serve. And we appreciate that, of course. I know that playing host community to a national, international sporting event can seem even a bit frivolous compared to some of the issues of our day. But in truth, it's not frivolous at all. If we do this thing right, which I know that we will, this is actually the powerful stuff. This is the opportunity to show the world what Brookline means and to influence the way the world does things. US Open presents us with an opportunity to showcase the world, the good, the progress, the altruism that is the core of our values, and to act as a model for those values. Let's seize this moment and put on a great world-class event. Happy to answer any questions that I can answer. I know Mel's the same. We can end the PowerPoint, please.
Great, thank you so much for that presentation. Miriam.
So, hi, thank you very much for that. First, let me say I am not a golfer. I played 1 hole once. I got an 18. I don't understand the sport. But what I am is somebody who tries very hard to have a anti-racist lens on the things that I do. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I don't. One of the things I find very interesting in the committee charge is that you have a bullet point, provide a framework for understanding the 2022 US Open in cultural and historical context. This means something very specific to me, and I just want to know what it means to you as the charge, because my expectation is to dig deep in the history of the country club, which is one of exclusion, and I would love to actually see that be owned. I would love to see that history be talked about, and as a jumping off point for how we do better. Sorry, my dog wants my dinner. How we do better. So I just want to know what it is, how it is you see that charge in and that bullet point.
Sure.
Absolutely. Do you want me to take that, Ken?
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'll just say first that Select Person Eskenazi, you laser focused and you're focused on the right thing and not a point that's lost on our discussion so far. Yes, the country club has a history that was checkered at best when it comes to inclusion. And frankly, the game of golf in its past has been viewed as a sport that the rich can have access to more readily than others. We've seen sea changes in the way the country club does business, and we've seen dramatic changes in the way the game of golf is played too. Kate, go right ahead.
Sure. I mean, I think what I'd like to emphasize is that particularly beginning last summer, as the nation as a whole responded to the George Floyd murder, and discussions across all of the organizations that I think many of us were a part of, whether it was your school or your work or your kids' school, whatever it may be, the country club engaged in a similar discussion with our community. We had an amazingly well-attended webinar with a fellow member, Dr. Jim Cash, where I was really proud of this event. We exposed a lot of the sort of stereotypes, misconceptions, and horribly treated incidences, even at our own club, of some of our minority members, and engaged in a discussion with other members around what we need to do differently and how we're going to do better. So I only bring up that story to highlight that I believe the club is thinking through these issues and taking responsibility for what we've done in the past, and is actively committed to changing that going forward. Within our admissions, we have a goal and a push to try and diversify our membership. We've added many different programs, including the summer guest program that kind of takes away the deep, sort of long connections that you need to have to people here to try and encourage people who haven't maybe had those same ones. I'd say within this event itself, there are many, many pockets across the org chart that are focused specifically on DEI. And we're thinking through it both in terms of the volunteer experience, junior programming, how we'll do events within this activity of the Community Partnership Committee in town. And also, as I said, one of the chairs reporting into Glenn Johnson is specifically focused on DEI initiatives that may include interns and different volunteers from the community that will have their own separate program to try and include more people. So I don't have as many finite answers right now, but I want to say that there are many, many people on our team focused on it. And I think we'll have some exciting things to roll out over the next 6 months as things fall into place.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that. So thank you. And thank you, Ken. I think, and what I want to be clear about is I'm sure you will have DEI focused initiatives. But I just think what's said here, which I think is actually really important, which is understanding the historical context and actually digging in and bringing up the history and owning that history. Frankly, I'd love it if the US Open did a land acknowledgement. Gosh, how amazing would that be? Like how wonderful would that be? So I love to see that you are actually looking into the history, because I think when we try to do these things without actually looking back at the history, then we only get halfway there. So I appreciate that. I see it there. I just want to know it means what it means to me when I read it. So thank you.
I'd also encourage you to look up Hidden Brookline to really understand, I think, some of the things that have helped us own some of our past. Bernard, I saw your hand up.
Yes. A strange omission from the charge is a member of the select board on this committee. And I was wondering why that omission occurred, because it seems to me if you want to both address issues of Brookline values from diversity to sustainability, it's important to have a select board member there to provide that connection and buy-in by the community.
Bernard, I think we just assumed that the board would designate a liaison to the committee, but
okay,
you're right, it was not specifically articulated in the presentation.
Any other, John?
Thank you. I appreciated very much Miriam's question, and I also appreciated the answers. I just wanted to add, if I may, a little bit to that. I think the video that we saw is one example of these points in the direction of some of the things that could be meaningful in terms of the issues that Miriam raised with her question. The outreach to local businesses to be participants and to benefit from, in terms of trade, this occasion is extremely important. And I think as part of that, to the extent that the country club can focus not just on local businesses, but also focus on opportunities for minority entrepreneurs, minority business people, that's also going to be a plus. And if I could sum up a wish for this, as a person who's very, let's face it, on the one hand, I think if you value um, the history and the Francis Ouimet story, which Ken recited, then there are things about Brookline's connection to the history of golf that we can be justifiably proud of. But we also cannot be ignorant of or dismissive of, the realities of class differences and also race differences that play into the exclusivity of something such as the country club. And if I could express a wish, it would be that people say afterwards, this tournament, this return to Brookline in 2022 changed the country club forever in terms of its understanding and its embrace of those issues. I'll just leave it at that.
Good. We're running low on time. Are there any other comments? And then do we need to actually vote the charge tonight?
Well, I don't have any other comments, but then to say I would appreciate the board's approval of the charge. I don't know how you want to designate these members. I mean, we suggested some of these existing structures in order to expedite things, but I think getting the charge off the ground would be helpful, at least under tonight. And the membership, if you want to take that on, I don't know how much time focus you have on that, but at least the charge, I think, would be helpful to establish the committee and the charge.
Okay. Raul, did you have any comments?
Yeah, maybe just a question. I think, what I would have said, I think has been said already. I did have a question about just public process in this committee and what the expectations are. Would it follow our normal, public process with opportunity for public comment or public hearings or input in different ways? And that's not clear to me right now.
Yeah, I believe it would be a body subject to the open meeting law.
Okay.
So does anybody have any feedback on the charge that we've been given to create this, or the proposal to appoint the proposed slate? Any comments back? Okay, so I'll move them and let's see how the vote shakes out. So I'll move adoption of the charge first. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
Then the proposed slate, including a select board member.
Heather, you were going to vote as well.
Oh, right. And the chair votes aye. So the proposed slate of designees and appointees. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And that is time. Thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your attention and your great questions, and look forward to more developments on this very soon, and building excitement too. And
Thank you very much.
I'll see you
Appreciate
for
your
the
time.
urban forest discussion a little bit later too.
Okay, thank you guys for joining us.
Good night.
So I understand one reserve fund transfer got postponed, but the second reserve fund transfer is still on the docket.
Good evening, Commissioner of Public Works, Erin Galentine, and tonight I am before the Select Board with the annual internal appropriation transfer and reserve fund transfer request to balance and close out the DPW snow and ice control account for FY21. We've completed a review of all snow and ice control expenditures for the 2020-21 winter season. The department responded to 50.5 inches of total snowfall over 21 events, most of which occurred in December and February. The season was unusually long, starting with the first snow event on October 30th and culminating with the last snow event on April 17th. As you may recall, the town administrator authorized the expenditure for snow and ice control in excess of the FY21 available appropriation pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 31D on December 31st, 2020. The completed review has indicated that the total deficit for employee overtime, equipment maintenance, equipment rental services, snow and ice supplies, and motor vehicle supplies is $1,021,291. A further review of all department accounts, excluding the water and sewer enterprise, has also indicated that a surplus of $170,000 exists within the wages and salaries accounts. Application of these funds by internal transfer to the snow and ice overtime account, as detailed in the provided appropriation transfer request, will leave a deficit balance of $851,291. I'd like to commend the DPW employees for a job well done this season through COVID and give notable mention to Highway and Sanitation Director Kevin Johnson, who not only leads the effort through the season, but is thinking about better ways and technologies to treat snow and ice all year round, from certification classes for the employees to weather intelligence, software, different types of plow blades, and brine mixing formulas. He's committed to providing the best service and operations to this town possible. The Department of Public Works respectfully requests your consideration and approval of the provided request for appropriation transfer in the amount of $170,000 and the provided reserve fund transfer in the amount of $851,291 for transmittal to the advisory committee for further approval.
Excellent. Are there any questions by board members? This is a pretty standard operating procedure because you can't move money out from this particular line item. So you actually keep your checking account balance low and put money in there once you know exactly how much you need to cover the bill. Okay, well, I will move. What am I moving? I'm moving.
You're moving approval of
the reserve fund transfer. Okay.
Yes, and then the surplus also approval of transfer of the surplus of $170,000 within the wages and salaries accounts to the snow overtime account.
Great.
As well.
Let me read from my script that I did.
Perfect.
All those in favor of authorizing and transmitting to the advisory committee the following reserve fund transfer request from DPW for the snow and ice deficit in the amount of $851,291. Bernard.
Aye.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
See you in a little bit.
Very soon.
Okay, now to interviews. I believe the first two interviews we have on our docket are for the Police Commissioner Advisory Committee. Who are we taking first, Devin?
The first person to interview is Raj Dahanda. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Select Board Chair and members. I have been a resident of Brookline for 50 years. I'm an immigrant who came to America in 1964, went to graduate school at Columbia University and moved to Brookline in April 1971. I love Brookline and have enjoyed all aspects of its social and civic life. My children grew up here. My wife has been teaching Indian classical dance in Brookline for several decades. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Has been teaching classical dance in Brookline for several decades. I've started businesses here, have built a building in Brookline. As you know, I served on the Police Reform Committee, which helped produce the charge for PCAC. I had hoped that it would have stronger citizen oversight, but charge fundamentally aligns with my central beliefs. I want to be on the PCAC because my background provides me with strong decision-making skills, ability to evaluate subtle issues, to review complex documents, to rely heavily on salient facts instead of sentiment. Finally, as a person of color, I understand how important it is to render fair and thorough recommendations. I have the ability to connect with and have empathy for individuals of every economic level, of all races, colors, ethnicities, and inclinations. As a committee member, I would always be fair, objective, try to improve the relationship between police and the citizenry. Go Brookline. Thank you.
Okay, open it up to Bernard.
Finish your sentence, Devin. Heather, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say I'm opening it up to board members' questions. Bernard, you raised your hand.
Just one quick question. I'd like you to sort of articulate to the, or for the select board, in what ways do you think that your work on the Policing Reforms Committee provides evidence that you would be an effective member of the PCAC?
As I said before, I have empathy and ability to connect with people at all economic levels.
I don't mean.
May I finish, please?
No, I don't mean assertions. I mean what evidence of your action on the PCAC committee.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question one more time, please.
Don't tell me or give me assertions, but tell me, what evidence of your effectiveness can we find in your work on the committee?
I had many comments. As you know, I tried to get some individuals who had been, who had problematic issues with the police departments. And I was shut down on those. I don't know that I had control of the situation. So all I can say is I tried my best, and it was a situation where not all of my points of view were heard.
Let's try not to interrupt people. If you have a follow-up question, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you. Any other questions? John.
Thank you. I just, a couple of things. I want to thank, excuse me, Raj Nanda very much for appearing before us and for his interest in this. And I want to underscore not just Raj's story, but the story of his family is one of the truly great stories of people who have had a good influence on the community, have enriched the community, and are playing an essential role in the community. Raj, if you don't mind, Mr. Nanda, if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask you to give us your sense of what will be necessary on this committee. What will be necessary to guarantee that when the committee questions a finding in the police department, from within the police department in a particular case of a complaint, what will be necessary for there to be sufficient evidence to find a different, come to a different conclusion about the evidence in the case? What will be your standard for disagreeing with an internal police investigation of a complaint?
My primary standard would be that the complainant was treated fairly, that their point of view was acknowledged, and the police department took into account whatever were the issues. But at the end of the day, primarily, I'm looking for fairness of treatment in any deliberations, any recommendations for any person, citizen of Brookline or whoever.
Thank you.
Any other questions by board members before we move on to the next interviewee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Raj, for your interest, and we will be making these decisions over the next couple of weeks. We've gotten a few applications and we have to interview everyone. So the timing is still a little tentative.
Thank you so much. Good night.
So next up is Paul Yee.
So good evening. I'm Paul Yee. I live in Brookline Village for over 30 years. As a second generation Asian American with a diverse legal background, I believe I will be able to contribute to the work of the PCAC. Before my retirement as a lawyer in 2018, I spent 21 years in the public service and 23 years as a solo practitioner. I started out as a legal services a lawyer in Brooklyn, New York, serving neighborhoods of Williamsburg, East New York, and Brownsville. Returning to Boston, I worked at the Boston Housing Authority and then as a prosecutor in the Suffolk DA's office in Boston. After leaving the district attorney's office, I entered a private practice handling criminal cases as well as civil cases, and also included transactional work. As a defense lawyer for over 20 years in private practice, I litigated constitutional issues relating to policing, such as stability of the police to make stops of cars or individuals, the pat frisk or search individuals, to question persons and the like. In 2018, I was appointed to the State District Court as a judge. For 9 years, one of my responsibilities was reviewing and adjudicating whether the police acted properly as measured against the Constitution and state laws. I also dealt with issues of substance use, mental health, domestic violence on a regular basis. Being objective, fair, and impartial are hallmarks of judging. I would bring these traits to the BCAC if I were to be appointed to serve. Finally, I have been a member of the Police Reform Committee and participated as the chair of the Civil Rights and Militarization and Mass Event Subcommittee, also as a member of the Personnel Subcommittee. I've learned a lot about policing in Brookline and the issues and the different considerations facing the town. I would like to continue to contribute. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to respond.
Great, thank you so much. Raul.
Hey, thank you so much for being here. I watched almost all of the police reform meetings, and I thought you had many great contributions in those meetings. I wanted to ask if you can maybe articulate in your view why strong civilian oversight is important over police department, and what that might look like through your work on the PCAC.
As the charge states, the BCAC has oversight of the police department, and also will act as an ombudsperson and also as an advocate for policing. And so those are the functions that I will be undertaking if I were to do that.
If I could just follow up, the first part was really, I just want you to be able to articulate your view of why civilian oversight is, for me anyway, as a select board member, it's important that anyone who's appointed believes strongly in civilian oversight and its importance. And I just wanted to see if you can articulate your view on why that might be important.
Because eventually the people should control the government agency and what government does. It's a democracy. So I believe that there should be civilian oversight. the police are not always right. Sometimes they do some dire things, and civilians ought to be able to review that to see what they have done and see whether it's appropriate or not appropriate.
Bernard. You're muted.
Yeah. In this state, civilian oversight is carried out by this body, the select board. So I guess I'd like to get a sense of your view of how the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee is going to facilitate the select boards as civilian overseers of the police department, and particularly in the area where you made quite a contribution, and that is looking at the ways in which there was disparate treatment in traffic stops and other areas. I mean, it's just one small area where this committee can provide assistance to the civilian oversight body, the select board, in dealing with that a particular issue that's important.
As I understand it, during the police reform committee, and also from listening to the reimagining committee task force, excuse me. I just lost my train of thought, excuse me. We just repeat that again.
Well, yeah, I guess I'd like you to give a sense of how the work on your subcommittee in looking at disparate treatment and traffic stops provided you a sort of sense of some of the ways in which the PCAC could be used to assist the civilian overseers of the police force, the select board, in their work. In other words, what things could you sort of direct us to look at, and what policies that you could suggest to us to implement, as an example.
Right. Overseeing the police, the way I understand it, the select board may not have all that time to do that in depth. Obviously, the select board does do some oversight, but not as in depth as it should be. And this PCAC will assist the select board in doing that, looking at the statistics, requesting the police department what the procedures are, changing procedures. If there is a disproportionate, disparate impact on people, on minority, people of color, if there's explicit racism or bias towards anybody, to recommend that there should be action taken against those police officers.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? 7 minutes. Oh, John, we have a number of other interviews tonight, so please make it a quick one.
Thank you. Judge Yee, thank you for your service on the Reform Committee, and thank you for your interest in the PCAC. One of the things that you did, and in my humble opinion, did extremely thoroughly and extremely well, was you were asked to review something that had happened involving one of the local marijuana retailers and a complaint that the retailer itself hadn't followed procedures and that the police had not enforced procedures. And you did your review. I just wanted to ask you, what did you learn from that review of a police investigation that you think is going to help inform the work of the PCAC? That's the question.
I didn't understand really the question that you had asked. I know I remember what I did and what I reviewed. It wasn't the police that, it was the police that did an investigation. I did an independent review of the video. As a judge, I used to do that all the time, doing independent reviews.
Did it lead you to any conclusions as to the particular vulnerabilities that occur when police investigate their own conduct.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it's obvious. There's always a conflict when police review their own because they work with each other, they know each other. However, during the police reform meetings, we had Professor McDevitt talk about whether or not the police should be doing their own internal investigations. And it was his opinion, and it works better from his opinion, that the police should do their own investigation because that way they have to own the issue and they have to own the solution to what is occurring that is not correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're at time. Thank you very much, Mr. Yee, for coming. We will be in touch once we have interviewed all the remaining applicants. It will be a couple of weeks, I think.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
So moving on from the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee to Planning Board, welcome Chair Steve Beacon.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton and members of the Select Board. I'm Steve Hyken, the Chair of the Planning Board. I've been a member of the Planning Board for over 15 years, and I've been the chair since the fall of 2018. I think my term actually expired last year. What I have been doing in the last couple of years on the Planning Board, and most of you may know me, I'm not sure that Member Ashkenazi does. I'm an architect and planner with a 40-year career with a firm that I co-founded in 1980, Icon Architecture, which has done some work for the town of Brookline, both with me and since me. I retired 3 years ago. I really enjoy being able to keep my head in the game and use my experience in architecture and planning in reviewing projects at the Planning Board. But in addition to the ongoing work of special permits and variances and facade improvements and signage, in the last couple of years, and actually for quite a while, I've been the Planning Board's designee to the Housing Advisory Board, so I've worked a lot with them. I took it upon myself to develop some guidelines for the Planning Board's review of projects that are proposed under the Diedrich case in State Court, Chapter 40A, Section 6, which allows single and two family housing to get approvals under a special permit that would otherwise require a variance for any area in which they already exceed our zoning guidelines, which is an unfortunate situation, but we're trying to do the best we can with those kinds of projects. I was a member of the Newbury Zoning Committee and the Architectural Subcommittee last year, and I noticed, by the way, up on Fisher Hill, that most of the buildings on that Newbury site, other than the historic house, are demolished. They're moving along quickly. I was a member last year of the Joint Planning Board Preservation Commission Beacon Street Design Guidelines Subcommittee, which sort of was halted for the time being when COVID came along. I'm a member of the Pierce School Building Committee. I've chaired a number of design advisory teams, and recently I was named a trustee of the Brookline Community Foundation, and I'm the chair of their building committee. What I am looking forward to, if you reappoint me, is I'd like to continue to be proactive in the updating that I hope will be going on in the town zoning through the multifamily study in our commercial districts and transit corridors as recommended by the previous housing production plan, and hopefully to be further recommended and sort of made more specific in the update of the housing production plan. I would love to see the town implement a linkage program which would create a funding source with commercial development similar to what Boston, Somerville, and Cambridge have instituted in past years. And when I wrote this, what my goals were last summer, I said that I was hoping to help address the goals of the Warrant Article 21 for fossil fuel-free development in a legally acceptable form. And I worked very closely with the proponents of the more recent warrant articles that have been adopted by town meeting and which I hope will be adopted by the Attorney General. And one of the follow-on tasks has been to develop some guidelines for implementation of those warrant articles. And I had a major hand in developing those, which we've recently sent to the planning department for review. So that's what I've been up to, what I hope to be up to going forward, and open for questions.
Excellent. Any questions? Well, I guess I will jump in, unless John, you're turning on your video to ask a question. No? Okay. So you just might have heard that we reached 10% for the SHI. What role does the planning board play, if any, at getting us to well above 10%?
Well, actually, I just heard that today too. I wasn't sure it was accurate, but I'm glad to hear that. I think the goal of the HAB, which I also represent, and the planning board would be to continue to see affordable housing development, including friendly 40Bs, where the town, I think, should encourage them. And we're talking with a potential developer of the Kent Street parking lot. The benefit of friendly 40Bs is that the town has considerably more control of how much leeway we would be willing to accept with our current zoning in terms of height and mass, floor area ratio. So I think the housing production plan will probably, if we stay above 10%, and I know the chances of going up and down are, I'm not sure that, we can be sure that we're going to continue to be over 10%, for at least for some time. But, I think there's still ample opportunity to encourage affordable housing development that is over and above the 15% that our inclusionary zoning requires.
Bernard raised his hand.
Yeah. Let me ask a question that comes up in many discussions around development here in Brookline. It's a sort of abstract question, and that has to do with embedded carbon. What's your thoughts on how we should address the issue of embedded carbon, meaning that when you tear down a building to rebuild something, the carbon produced from the production of the materials, the transportation of the materials to site, and the construction, et cetera, it creates a significant amount of carbon release that is problematic. Give me your thoughts on that, how you think we should look at that, think about that.
I know that when the planning department issued its report to the select board this past early spring or late winter on the previous fossil fuel free proposals, embodied carbon was raised as one of the most important issues. It's clearly an issue. I believe it also is consistent with sort of an attitude that we should do everything we can to preserve our existing housing stock and not just tear down buildings and replace them. I think it's only one of a number of issues to be considered. I think any new construction that we permit, and hopefully our current zoning will see to it, should be fossil fuel free. It's much more difficult to convert many types of existing structures to a fossil fuel free fuel and HVAC source. I think embodied carbon is something that needs to be considered, but I don't consider it to be the driving mechanism behind getting to addressing our climate action goals. That's sort of my feeling.
Any other questions before we interview our next interviewee? No? Okay, thank you so much, Steve, for attending and interviewing. We will hopefully be in touch in a couple of weeks.
Thank you all, and please add some more members to our board. We need a couple. I think you're going to be doing that later tonight, so thanks. Good night.
Okay, so up for Parks and Recreation, Stuart Silvestri.
Yes, that's correct.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll open it up to questions. Please keep it under 5 minutes.
Oh, sure. So I've been a resident of Brookline since the early 1990s. My wife and I moved here from Connecticut. We live in Brookline Village and have raised 3 kids. They're all either in college or out of college. They were all peer school kids. My wife works at the Longwood Medical Area. I am spent a long time downtown as a financial consultant with Barney, and for the last several years have been working as a realtor with Unlimited Sotheby's in Coolidge Corner. More importantly, in raising our 3 kids in town, I was involved with both starting a fitness event at Pierce School with some other families called Pierce Fit Fest, which is been going on for I think the last 15 years, which has been quite good. And then was involved with bringing Little League baseball back to Brookline. Was something that I championed with actually Lisa Paradis, who's no longer with the town, but and Erin as well. But and then when my kids were at high school, I was the head of the PTO at the high school and was involved in rebranding the logo at the high school. The original, if everybody remembers that they were the Brookline Indians for many years, and then they were the Brookline Warriors, but they still carried a Native American theme. And we got rid of that a few years back and rebranded it with a sort of a navy blue, almost the Patriot colors, in an effort to increase athletic participation at the school. And at the moment, there are over 1,000 kids playing sports. There's 2,000 kids at the high school, and there's 1,000 kids, and there's over 40 varsity sports at the high school, and they need help and support. And I've been involved with the redesign of a few parks in town. The Waldstein project a few years back was a big one, and I participated in that as a director of the local Little League, and then also the redesign of Elliott, and again, it's the same role as a director of our local Little League program. And now that my kids are older, I have more time, but I got to meet everybody on the board, Jim Carroll, Nancy O'Connor, John Bain, and Dan Lyons. So I know them all. I've interviewed a few times in the past and there have not been openings. A lot of these members on a lot of these boards, although they are 3-year terms, they seem to stay for many, many terms. And so, but hopefully this time there is an opening, and I would really like to lend my enthusiasm to the town in both in the parks area and also recreation. Part of my recreation program, one of the things I tried to implement when I was at the high school was a youth sports committee, which if you think about the 40 varsity sports at the high school, there are several youth components to that, like sort of feeder programs. So all the obvious ones, fine, soccer, basketball, some of the others, but there are less certainly in girls sports. And my daughter played field hockey at the high school, and the first time she played field hockey was as a freshman, and she graduated from college a couple years ago. So part of my goal in being on the commission would be to help the high school develop feeder systems for all those 40 programs, because all of our kids are wonderful kids, and they are no different than the kids in Newton and Wellesley and all of the schools that have all of our towns that have similar academic achievements. We sort of lack in our athletic achievements, and it's through no fault of the kids. It's the fault of us as organizers of both the rec programs and the youth programs, not to provide them with the right sort of feeder programs. And there's lots of wonderful people involved, and I don't mean to criticize anybody who's currently doing it. It's just that it's been sort of different pockets of different people doing it. And my goal in being on the board would be to bring everybody together periodically to help develop to identify holes in the feeder systems for these programs, and then bring everybody together and help round out the feeder programs for our youth and middle school programs.
Thank you. Any questions from the select board? Oh boy, Raul first, then Miriam.
Thanks, Heather, and thanks for interviewing with us, Stuart. I'm really interested in appointing members to this board that deeply understand access issues, and particularly access for youth who might otherwise not be able to afford some of our recreation programs. I'm interested to hear about your experience either through baseball or in other ways, providing access to those who might not otherwise be able to participate.
Yeah,
Sure.
so sure, through local Little League, and then I also ran a middle school AAU program, which was a sort of a club program, which wasn't necessarily limited to Brookline kids and for kids. So we had a tuition, whether it was for the club program, which is a little bit more money, or the youth program, Little League, which whatever it was, and we would let the parent or guardian know that this is what it costs, and if you can pay it, great. If you can't pay it, or you want to pay some of it or whatever, we don't eliminate anybody. We don't exclude anybody based on their ability to pay, if that makes sense. We want everybody to play. Our goal is to keep kids going in the right direction through recreation and sports and team sports and that kind of thing. And so it's our goal to have kids. And to be honest, I drove all over Greater Boston. Certainly drove all over the city in the club program, picking up kids in different parts of downtown Boston and bringing them out to play with us. And so when they didn't have a ride, either I would go get them or one of our other family members, other parents in the program would make sure that everybody would get there. So we had them for dinner. We had them trying to think, really whatever needed to be done to make them included and get them there. We made it happen. And so, and part of it was bringing Little League back to Brookline. For years, Brookline Youth Baseball just wasn't part of Little League. They were many years, 30 some odd years ago, they were part of Little League, but then they had some sort of dispute with Little League. I think Little League had some governing issues that the existing board didn't want to participate in. So they moved out of Little League. But when my son, who's 22 now, when he was 8, we were watching the Little League World Series on TV on ESPN. He said, "How come we can't play in that event?" I said, "That's a good question." And so I talked to BYB and they weren't interested. And then, so I called Williamsport and got in touch with the people and Williamsport is where Little League is based in Pennsylvania. And they have a program where they have a menu, a sort of a soup to nuts, how to start a league with the board and paperwork and 501c3s and all of that. And we did all that with the town and we brought Little League to Brookline. And so now kids who play baseball in town do have the option of playing in the district championship, which includes all of those high school rivalries. Part of what we did was to choose a district that had the high school rivalries as well. So the middle school and youth baseball players were playing the Newtons and the Wellesies and the Watertowns and the Charlestowns and whatever, just so that we sort of, because wearing your town shirt and playing another town is very, very important. And in club sports today, I think, however well intended, it doesn't have the same appeal or the same rivalry component when you're wearing just a club shirt and not your town shirt, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Stuart. Thank you. I'm going to try to keep my question short and I'm happy with a short answer, but I'm very familiar.
And I'm at the Naval Academy. This is the Naval Academy in Annapolis. So that's where I am at the moment. I work there.
I am very familiar with Brookline Youth Baseball. I have a baseball player. He played on Little League. He plays on the Bandits. And I'm curious, I think what Raul is getting at more rather than Little League is something like Babe Ruth. And I know that
100%.
Big tension, lots of political infighting between Brookline Youth Baseball and Babe Ruth. So I just be interested to see where you fall on that.
Brookline Youth Baseball made me crazy enough to start my own league. And so
before you begin, we're almost at 10 minutes. So please keep your response brief.
I will just say that I hear you 100%, and I started my own travel baseball program because of my frustration with Brookline Youth Baseball, and so I share it. And now, and I would like that. So middle school baseball in Brookline is crazy. Middle school baseball around the country is crazy, and that's 13, 14s, and 15s once they leave Little League. And I could speak for hours about how I think it should be improved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will be making appointments at another meeting, probably a few.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, everybody. I appreciate it.
Okay, next up is John Pan. If I butchered that name, I do apologize.
No worries. Hi, Chair and other Select Board members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is John Pan. I've been a Brookline resident since 2007. My wife and I have 3 children who've all attended the Heath School, ages 11 through 16 right now. And they've all participated in multiple Brookline youth sports, Brookline youth hockey, all 3 of them participated. They've played Brookline youth baseball. One of them plays soccer currently. So my family has been the beneficiary of a lot of the youth programs and recreational programs here in Brookline. I myself am a mediocre golfer at best, and I have played at the Putterham course throughout my time here in Brookline, and I can speak that I've had some not so great experiences years ago, and in the ways that I was treated. But I would say in recent years things have greatly improved. So I'm definitely thankful for the progress that has been made. On the parks and open spaces side, I'm fortunate to live very close to the Reservoir Park. So my family enjoys that very frequently. We love the spaces in Brookline, and I just would love to be involved in, getting to know more of the issues regarding both parks and open spaces and recreation in the town, and to help out in any way I can. In terms of my qualifications, I'm a doctor, so not much there, but like I said, I've used a lot of the facilities. I do know that a lot of the things that are currently being talked about, including Lars Anderson and potential replacements for Lars Anderson, and any of the feasibility studies that are being done. I do have an MBA from the Wharton School. I worked as a management consultant with McKinsey & Company for 3 years. So, digging into finances and kind of plans like that, are things that I, am quite familiar with. So I can bring that to the table as well. So with that, please, I'm available for any questions that you have.
Great. Any questions from Select Board members? How did you hear about this opening?
Thank you. Actually, I think one of the current commissioners, Wendy Sheridan Ames, has, we have kids that have played sports together for years, and she's always telling me about the work that she's done on the commission, and it sounded really interesting to me. And I would always offer some ideas, and so she was actually the one that encouraged me to look into it. So yeah, that's how I heard about it.
Bernard.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion with respect to the country club and the upcoming USGA, US Open. What thoughts do you have to, with respect to the Parks and Recreation, to expand the, interest in the use of our golf course by broader layers of our population? You say you like the game of golf. I love the game of golf. I'm no good either. That does make a difference. And it seems to me that there are a lot of opportunities to sort of expand the reach into the community.
Yes, thank you for that question. I've been thinking a lot about that myself. Like I said, I'm a fan of golf. I have been trying to get my kids to get into golf. It's been difficult, because it's not easy to get tee times, to get lessons. I believe every time I'm out on any golf course, when I see a youth player, I ask them, how did you get into it? And I think a lot of them have said, oh, the town has for example, first tee programs, which was in Boston, but I've never heard about that being done here in Brookline. So I think a lot of outreach for all the youth, but especially for the youth of color of this town, I think I have not seen any efforts to bring more of those people to the game of golf. So certainly that would be something that I would be interested in exploring.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any other questions before we take the next interviewee? Thank you so much for your time. We will be making appointments at a future meeting, probably in the next several weeks.
All right, thank you.
Amy Newell will be interviewing for the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Amy Newell. I have spent my entire adult life in Brookline. I moved into Coolidge Corner in 1998. I've been living on Alton Place since 2002. Both my children went through Pierce. My older child just graduated from Brookline High a couple weeks ago, and my younger child will be entering Brookline High in the fall. I'm a software engineer and an advocate for the mentally ill and other people with chronic disabilities. And I have had a medical marijuana card for several years. I use it to treat nausea, anxiety, and insomnia. I'd like to serve on the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee because I have relevant experience with marijuana, both medicinally and recreationally. I care about access to it for both purposes, and I want to ensure that Brookline's policies towards marijuana businesses are fair and reasonable, support racial justice, and ensure that marijuana businesses continue to be positive additions to the Brookline community. Thank you for your consideration.
Excellent, short and sweet. I am very impressed. Any questions by board members? John, and then Miriam.
Amy, thank you for your interest in the committee. Later tonight, one of the questions we're going to take under consideration has to do with whether there should be a return to walk-in sales at the local marijuana establishments. Do you have a view on that?
I would be reluctant to present a view without a little bit more understanding of the situation at hand. I would say that in my experience, when walk-in was available, it did not seem to be a problem. So I would generally support walk-in, but I would want to know more about the specific issues that people are concerned about.
Sure. Thank you for the answer.
Any other questions? Right. Sorry, Miriam.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't tell by your address was blacked out on our applications. So I just need to know which establishment you live near, because I think part of the regulations or I can't remember the word, I'm sorry. Things that you need to accomplish to be on the Cannabis Mitigation Committee is that you need to be actually kind of within the living distance. What's the word I'm looking for, Heather? Requirements. Thank you. Yes, requirements. You need to be within proximity to one of the existing or to be existing establishments. So which one are you located near?
Sure. So I'm closest to Sanctuary. I'm about 3 blocks out of Coolidge Corner, not too far away from Nita as well, though.
Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't figure that word out.
No worries. Teamwork. Any other questions? Have you followed the work of this committee? I know it's kind of a new committee, and to my knowledge, not a lot of other towns, maybe some cities have an equivalent.
That's a great question. And I actually have to admit that I haven't been closely following it in the past. An email list that I subscribed to mentioned that there was this opportunity. And I thought, this is something I have personal experience with and care about, and I live in the neighborhood, so.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you got notified of the opening, because that is usually my standard question. How did you hear about this? Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for your interest. We will be in touch over the next couple of weeks. We're doing lots of interviews. We will make appointments hopefully this summer. So
Thank you.
stay
Thank you
tuned.
so much. Bye.
Bye. Okay, next up is someone who signed up to be considered for not one, but two, I think the Commission on Disability as well as the Women's Commission. I'm going to try to pronounce your name. I really hope I get this right. Shanali Godino?
Gaudino, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that I didn't butcher the first name.
Shanali, you're totally right.
Great.
Okay. And I'll address the fact that I applied for multiple different committees in a second. So I will start with my professional background. So for the past 10 years, I've worked for Spalding Rehab Network. I began my career as an occupational therapist in the skilled nursing setting, earning a board certification in gerontology. And over the past 5 years, I've been working with our frontline staff at Spalding and our leadership across the network in developing a variety of educational programs, including training and access to our medical record, EPIC. From a personal perspective, I grew up in New Jersey and as an only child of parents who emigrated from India. I've lived in Brookline since I graduated college about 15 years ago, got my occupational therapy master's degree at BU and have been working at Spalding ever since. Always living along the Emerald Necklace, hopping along the Emerald Necklace along all of that time. My home right now is on the Boylston Street corridor, which obviously is undergoing so much change. As a dog owner, I'm often out on the street chatting with people about things that are happening around the neighborhood. So I actually initially went to submit my application for the Parks Department because of all of my time out with the dogs. And then I got into completing that form and I kind of felt like I could bring potential value to a bunch of the different committees on there. So, so really Parks Department, Commission on Disability, and the Council on Aging were the ones that I felt really resonated as much with my experience as as options. Hopefully that's not a demerit that everything sounded so interesting to me.
Overachievers, don't worry.
I'm at a life stage where I'm hoping to have kids in the district soon. Looking at bringing my 75-year-old father to live in town. So there's a ton of ways in which I'm really invested in this community and excited to bring all of my different perspectives into town government. My working style is very completion oriented and I'm geared towards excellence. I've received several excellence awards from Spalding throughout my career. In my current role, I work across the entire network in a capacity where I balance sort of a customer service role, delivering quality service to all of our staff, as well as just innovation and identifying needs and gaps. We've had really bad communication methods about all of our education opportunities. So I leveraged some free software that was available to us to create a single communication point that's really taken off. So just some examples of work that I have done. You know, I've watched as Emerson Park was renovated. I watched as the Davis Footbridge was taken down. I watched Spalding in Charlestown, when they were built 5 years ago, was pretty revolutionary in building a fully accessible playground that has been open to the community with all kinds of wheelchair accessibility and things. So I'll stop there. That's sort of my background. I'm really excited to participate in Brookline government. If there is a committee that you would think would be a good fit for me.
Excellent. I'll assert my chair privilege and ask the first question. Would you consider transportation board?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah. You know, we have a inclusive playground here in Brookline. It's the Brookline Avenue Playground. And so I urge you to go by and see the things that we've done to do more than be more than just be diverse, but be really inclusive of kids who even are in wheelchairs or have other disabilities. Do you have any thoughts or ideas as to how we can sort of expand that concept of inclusivity for kids in our playgrounds? Because not all of them are.
Yeah. Well, so part of my occupational therapy is kind of a poorly branded field, I will say, but my training, my actual clinical background is in occupational therapy, which is really all about modifying spaces and activities and approaches in order to optimize participation for everybody. So you're right. I forgot that playground was completely new in the past year or two, right? Not too old.
3 years.
So I'm excited to see more things like that. I know the playground that is right here down the street from me is sort of ripe for renovation. The Davis footpath, I think, is a real challenge in terms of making sure that that's an accessible renovation that happens. I'm sure has a ton of. I'll stop.
Other questions by board members? Okay, we will be in touch once we figure out who gets you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, last interview, I believe, Alex Villanueva for the Preservation Commission.
That's pretty close. I'm pretty confident that, I'm proud of having two pronunciations, one for native Spanish speakers and one for those who aren't. Villanueva, Villanueva, whatever you want to call me is fine by me.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to be respectful of everyone's time and be as quick as I can. It's been a pleasure to hear a great many of my fellow town folks' backgrounds and their involvement. And I'm equally proud, though, that this would be my first foray into any real form of town government and public participation in service of a municipality. And I chose the Preservation Board, given my background and training. I like to qualify that I am a trained historian. I studied history at the University of Illinois, but to also make my segue into local government, I studied political science as well at the University of Illinois. I'm a grand total of 26 years old. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of members of the board are old enough to be my parents, and many of the speakers today old enough to be my parents, maybe even grandparents. I'm particularly proud of that. I came to Brookline when I began my study of public relations at Boston University. I lived in a couple different neighborhoods in Brookline, and me and my fiance live in a historic neighborhood, not a historic district, unfortunately. And I'm very eager to be involved, particularly for the historic commission component of the board, but also understanding that within that role is a great responsibility to review historic districts and to review demolition. One of the things that drew me into this role was the debate over the H.H. Richardson House. I'm sure there's plenty of opinions on that matter. I don't have to share it unless you ask. But I'm eager to be involved and to learn and grow into this role, hopefully over a few terms. My fiance and I would love to make Brookline our forever home, but like many young residents of Brookline, renters, unfortunately that may not be possible in the current economic climate unless I win the lottery. But that aside, I have a lot of experience in governance. Both when I was an undergrad, I was very involved in governance. Became familiar with Robert's rules, not as familiar as I used to be. But I'm eager to do what I can to serve my town and my fellow townsfolk. So that's it.
Great, thank you so much. Raul has his hand up.
And thank you for applying for this board. I'm curious about two things. Maybe you can actually touch on the HR, because I have a thought on that too. But how you sort of consider and think about what should be preserved and at what cost, and sort of the tension between other needs in the town. And then if you could, I think this the Richardson property is an interesting one, because having visited it when there was some discussion about it, I noticed that you can't actually see the property from the public way. You actually need to sort of go into the driveway of the property to be able to actually see the house, which made me wonder, what does it mean to preserve something of historic value if the public can't actually see the thing? So just if you wanted to opine on that at all, and obviously we have limited time for these interviews, so we can talk more offline, but I'm curious to hear your initial thoughts.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to talk offline, but I think the core part of preservation and preserving something that is owned by a private citizen has to relate to its current existence. If I was overseeing, making a decision on the Richardson home, I would have voted for demolition. Partly to your point that in its current state, it wasn't adding anything to the town. It wasn't a museum. It wasn't a space where people toured. It was in a poor condition. And its demolition, while would ultimately lead to redevelopment, which I certainly think the town of Brookline needs to prioritize development of all kinds, whether that's low-income housing, market rate, middle income, and even high-income housing. The more housing stock the town has, the better position we are for growing and for people like my fiance and I to be able to stay in the town. That whole point of the current status is critical. If the home was visible from the street, if it added to the neighborhood, if it say was preserved and opened, every third weekend by this, by commission or a neighborhood for tours, had some educational component, I would have absolutely been in support of saving it. But in its current state, it was not adding to the culture of the town. And I'm a big fan of Richardsonian architecture. I'm driving right now, shame on me for driving and talking, but I'm driving right now past the train station in Wellesley, which was designed after Richardsonian architecture, so much so that the architecture firm sued the designer of that, mimicking the station in Easton. So I understand the cultural significance of Richardson, but the house added no significance culturally to the town. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I was going to actually ask a similar question, which was how do you balance preservation against the need for, a community to grow and to embrace more housing? You kind of touched upon it in that answer, but didn't know if you want to take another couple of seconds to just talk about that philosophy.
Of course, I think progress for the sake of progress can sometimes be harmful. And I studied history. I spent a lot of money on a degree in history. So I understand the value of what it adds to our culture, our society, and understanding who we are and where we need to go. But ultimately, the responsibility of any municipality, any level of government is the overall public good of the people. And in Massachusetts, if that means, demolishing a house to add a sorely needed, extension of a transit line, to add sorely needed housing stock, to be able to expand a public school, those needs must come first. And there's, again, that fine line. If it was a structure that truly played a significant role in the town and the cultural well-being of the town, that's really where it comes to say. I'm not saying I would be in favor of knocking everything down, but I mean, if it's not impacting the look, the feel, and the culture of the town, then progress in that case trumps looking backwards and appreciating history.
Thank you very, very much. Bernard.
Let me just say, I'd really like to discuss that a little more, because if you look at the history of, for example, urban renewal in this country, the greater good of the town or city has been an excuse to destroy neighborhoods that had both historical as well as other value to people who may not have been as powerful and as rich as the people who wanted to take that land for other uses. So I think I'd be just very careful about that line of thinking.
No, and I certainly appreciate that comment. I think a very good example of that, we see it all over. For example, there was a whole community in New York City that was wiped off the map for Central Park. In Newton, where the interstate is, around between Newton Corner and Newtonville, it was a very vibrant, I do believe, an African-American community. In fact, if I recall correctly, Martin Luther King preached in a church that was torn down on that stretch to make the interstate. I think in certain situations, and say what you're referring to, there is an important need to address that. But at the same time, we have to understand what's the appropriate response and compensation. What's the alternative? And in the alternative in some cases, say the Richardson House, was for it to sit unrenovated, undeveloped, unused, where no one can see it. That alternative to demolishing it and replacing it with something of use and of benefit to the town, to put it on the tax rolls, to create housing stock. I think that's important. I 100% agree with your sentiment, and that's the sort of logic that would guide any debate I participate in when it comes to preservation, is understanding all the diverse and all of the important feedback into any process, and understanding that it's not necessary for the moment. And to my point, progress is unhealthy. You know, we have to ask those tough questions: is, you know, who's being impacted and how, and ultimately how, if they are being impacted, what's the appropriate way to address that impact, to compensate for that impact. So, but thank you, Selectman Green, for that. Thank you.
John, I'd really like to move us into water rates. I can't hear you, even though I don't think.
My fault. Yeah. I have to ask this question because I'm just so intrigued, if that's the right word, by the case that Alex is making for being a member of the Preservation Commission, which is to sort of argue against one of the most notable buildings in Brookline being preserved. Other than the fact that I'll take Raoul's word for it, that you can't see the Richardson home from the road, on what evidence do you say it's of absolutely no cultural interest to Brookline? I seem to recall that when the issue of its preservation came up, dozens of people, not just from Brookline, but from all over the country, came, virtually to testify as to the significance of this building. What is your evidence that it has no historical significance other than the fact that you can't see it from the road?
Well, I would just like to say, I'm not saying it has no historical significance. Nowhere did I say that. But I'm balancing its historical significance with the needs of the town and the duty of the town to make decisions that are important for the growth and maintenance of the town. Many different organizations came out, national organizations came out to support its retention. But if it had been such a significant property, and I won't wholly agree with you that it's one of the most significant historical properties in the town. I think there are plenty of significant properties that have found new life and that have, been demolished over the centuries, including not the original town hall, but I do believe the third town hall that was demolished for, in my opinion, the big ugly concrete box sitting in the center of town. But we can now look back and reflect that is a reflection of architecture of the 1960s, and its beauty in its own right. I'm not saying the Richardson House is not historic and wasn't worth saving, but I'm saying balancing its historic nature with the needs of the town, it needed to be addressed. It wasn't architecturally significant in and of itself. If I recall, the architectural design is in the family of Caribbean colonial style. It wasn't overly notable in and of itself. It wasn't anywhere near the condition of what it should have been when it was originally built. And when you bring all those things in mind, no one stepped forward when it was first for sale to buy it and save it. And I think when you consider that, it's a part of this balance and finding the right answer. But I do appreciate your question and the thought, and it's again something that I would consider when deciding any vote on demolition of a property of any historical significance, whether it's John Hancock's house, which of course has been torn down, or my house that I live on, Waverly Street.
Thank you very much. We need to move on. We will be in touch over the next several weeks once we interview everyone and make appointments. Thank you so much for expressing interest.
No, thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a lovely evening.
You too. So we're moving on to water and sewer rates presentation and public hearing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Erin Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works in Brookline, Massachusetts. And I'm here this evening with Brookline's Water and Sewer Director, Professional Engineer Frederick Russell, who will present the proposed water and sewer rates for FY22. At a high level, and for those watching at home, the Brookline Department of Public Works makes a recommendation each year to the Select Board at a public hearing for the proposed water and sewer rates for the upcoming fiscal year. This hearing is held in June each year because the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority rates and percentage increases for the upcoming year are generally sent to the town in the early spring. The Water and Sewer Director reviews the MWRA rates along with the town's operating expenses and capital projects required to protect, maintain, and operate the infrastructure. He develops his proposal to balance the budget, meets with the rates task force, and then advertises the hearing 1 month ahead of the meeting date. The rates task force was created in FY20 to develop a new rate structure with a goal to promote revenue sufficiency, stability, conservation, and affordability. I'd like to thank the committee, this task force, for their continued review and input. I'll now turn it over to Brookline's Water and Sewer Director, Fred Russell, to present the proposed FY22 water and sewer rates. And Fred, I think that you should be able to share your screen.
I hope so. Thank you, Erin. Good evening, board members. Madam Chairman, you have my solemn promise that I will try to be as brief as possible with this.
Thank you. Somebody got my memo.
So can all of you see that screen with the slideshow?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. So again, this is our public hearing for the FY22 water and sewer rates. Just to give a brief overview, this year we will need to generate just under $31 million to essentially break free with the water and sewer enterprise account. As per the pie chart, the vast majority of our budget is the MWRA assessment for water and sewer, which is roughly nearly 3/4. Some of the major increases this year are in personnel with union contracts. Our MWRA assessment went up over $1 million this year. And I'll touch on the reasoning for that, which is just under 5%, which is unprecedented given the last 8 or 9 budgets that I've worked on, as well as our debt service has increased as well. Overall, you're looking at a budget increase of about 5.1% compared to FY21. As I mentioned about the MWRA assessment, with the COVID crisis last year and the pandemic, one of the major weights that the MWRA does when they set the community assessments is their percent share of the system. And as you can imagine, the Boston Water and Sewer Commission makes up almost 1/3 of the percent share of the MWRA communities. COVID, as you can probably imagine, with the industries that Boston generates most of their income from really took a huge hit last year during the pandemic, and their system share nearly fell 7.5% compared to most other communities. As a result, all the other communities' percent share went up, and accordingly, their assessments went up. Overall, the average assessment of all the MWRA communities other than Boston was just over 5%. Brookline, as I stated earlier, we were around 4.9%. As far as the debt service, what we're working on, we're going into year 3 of our 5-year water distribution CIP. What we're looking at is targeting redundancy in the distribution system, increasing fire flows, and also looking at break history, some of our older mains and replacing them as well. As far as the sewer CIP, we're going into year 5 of a 16-year CIP for wastewater system improvements. And this is really aimed at reducing inflow and infiltration, which is essentially the piping system or the piping network, which is predominantly clay pipes installed in the late 1800s and early 1900s, sealing those joints so that extraneous groundwater does not get into the piping system, and then increase our flows to the MWRA, which as a result will increase our assessment. We're also lining the sewer manholes, which are mainly brick manholes. Again, same era, late 1800s, early 1900s. And again, with the aim of reducing the extraneous flows And one of the benefits as well is that not only are you stopping the groundwater from entering the sanitary sewer system, but you're also preventing the sewer flow or the sewage from exfiltrating out into the groundwater and into an adjacent water body. In the stormwater side of it, we are still in the planning stages of a 20-year permit with the EPA and DEP. We're in basically year 3 of planning, and the main focus is reducing phosphorus loads on the Muddy River and ultimately the Charles River. One of the most difficult things we've had over the last year, and even this year, is the change in patterns of consumption, which historically we've got a huge database as far as residential use and that sort of thing, and commercial use. But with the pandemic, there was an increase in single-family residential consumption, as you can imagine, with people working from home, students staying home, not going to schools. And there was a vast decrease in non-residential consumption and institutional consumption. This chart basically compares, just to give you an idea, calendar year 19 versus calendar year 20. And if you can recall, the pandemic basically started in March, between middle of March, and the blue line is consumption for FY9 for calendar year 19. The red is calendar year 20. You can see that there was roughly about a 5 to 6% decrease over the first 3 months of consumption from the previous year. And then the pandemic hit, people staying home, working from home. And over the next several months during the pandemic, prior to November when the vaccine was available, you saw an 11% increase in consumption due to people staying home. And then once in November, when the vaccine was available and people started going back to work, you saw the leveling out to calendar year 19 consumption. What we're looking at this year, this is basically the last 8 years of consumption. Last year we had a roughly, I think it was roughly around 5% of an increase in consumption. We're looking at more level of stabilization back to calendar year 2019 rates. So in our analysis, we're assuming roughly about a 3% reduction in consumption moving forward in FY21. One of the other things that came up at last year's rates meeting was one of the residents, and I believe he's a town meeting member, Mr. Clint Richmond, asked if we could look at maybe structuring our irrigation rates as a tiered rate like we have done with the domestic residential rates. So what over the last few months, we've looked at, again, residential, commercial, municipal irrigation usage, and really try to drill down if there was a way we could set a threshold or a tier similar to the domestic residential rate. However, unlike the single family residences where under DEP and EPA guidelines and standards, basically each person uses 65 gallons per person per day over the course of the year. When you multiply that by the Brookline's average household of 2.3 people, and assuming 90-day quarters, that's how we established the 1,800 cubic feet per quarter threshold. So basically, the first tier is 0 to 1,800 cubic feet, and then over 1,800 cubic feet is a second tier. So we used very good data, sound data, to establish that threshold. Well, unfortunately, there's no such a threshold for irrigation rates. It's really, there's no industry standard to essentially determine what is reasonable irrigation use and unreasonable irrigation use. And then given the wide range of the different types of usage based on commercial and residential and municipal, which are 3 main classifications, you can see the disparity in the largest commercial user, the largest residential user, and the largest municipal user, as well as the average. And keeping in mind that these tiers would also have to be set for a lot of the town accounts with parks and that sort of thing, which would be a huge impact to them as well. So based on the analysis that I provided, or that I was asked to look at, there was no sound data or sound reasoning or that I could defend an actual tier cutoff between, again, reasonable irrigation use and unreasonable irrigation use. And even just to add in with as far as residential customers, based on some of the different lot sizes between South Brookline and North Brookline, there's a huge disparity between lot sizes and how much irrigation some of the larger lots would use versus some of the smaller lots. So again, it was a long process, but unfortunately, I could not come up with a sound reasoning for it. Based on that, looking at FY22 budget with required revenues of just over $30,741,325, and combining with the 5.1% increase in the budget, and the fact that we're expecting somewhat of a drop in consumption next year, it is my recommendation that the rates be increased by 5.4% for FY22 compared to FY21. And with that, this is the chart as far as comparison between FY21 and FY22 rates. I'll leave that up for a little bit so you can look at that if you have any questions. And then basically my next slide is open up to questions if I could. So.
Excellent. Are there any questions by select board members? I know that, okay, Raul.
I'm happy to wait if you wanted to go first.
Well, I was just curious. I know somebody who has signed up to speak served on the task force. So how did that change how we normally do business? The introduction of the task force.
So it was actually back in FY18 during the course of setting the rates for FY. So it started in calendar year 17 for FY18. But basically, there was a push for looking at the tiered rates back at the and previously to FY18. The cutoff for single family tier 1 and tier 2 was 8 HCS, and as you can imagine, there was a lot of people that exceeded that, especially single family houses or I'm not saying single family, single ownership houses where there was one occupant, maybe two occupants, that sort of thing. So we really wanted to drill down and set that tier with more data. There was also criticism with the fact that multifamily homes were not given that tiered rate for each unit, rather than it was just applied across the entire building, regardless of how many units. However, then to balance that off is that we also have, as you can see, the base meter rates. Well, the multifamily homes are only getting one base meter rate, where single family homes would get that same meter rate. So that meter rate was being split between all of the units in the multifamily home as opposed to the single family. So there were a number of different criticisms that came up, Madam Chairman. And what we did is we formed the task force. We actually retained the services of a national rate setting consultant that assisted us and guided us. And these were the sort of the new rates that rate structure that happened back in, and I guess it was FY18 that we first started it.
Great. Raul.
Thank you. We've got a new working group focused on the town working to better support the Brookline Housing Authority. And, one of the things that we've seen, that I think some of us knew going in, but others have learned, is that, they're in a terrible financial crunch, in particular in the state-funded public housing, which is woefully underfunded by the Commonwealth. I'm wondering, I see their exemptions. We have a senior exemption. Where does public housing fall in this? Are they charged as any differently than if it wasn't public housing in Brookline?
No, they are not. They are charged the same rates as everybody else.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering, out loud, and I see Mel unmuting, if I don't know. Anyway, I see you unmuting. Let me see what you have to say first, and then maybe I'll follow up with a question.
Well, I was going to say that I believe municipal departments, including our school department and others, pay the same rate as well. So,
Yes.
so to that extent, they are paying the same rate as a government entity.
Right. Yeah, my thought is it's obviously as many people know, there are difficulties in providing municipal support and resources like financial resources to you know to entities like the housing authority, and we're trying to work to figure out how that might be accomplished. And one of the things that we might be able to do is to support them in these ways is whether it be I don't know about full exemptions, but limits on water and sewer rate increases, things like that. And I think that's something that maybe we should consider. That's it. Oh, I guess a related question is the exemptions that for seniors, are those essentially worked into the math? And so those of us who aren't seniors or exempted seniors in Brookline are essentially subsidizing the cost of those exemptions. Is that how that works?
Yeah, but I will say, Select Board Member Raul Fernandez, that we do not have a lot of seniors that are able to take advantage of that program. And just so you know, just to explain to the board, the qualification for the elderly discount actually comes through the assessor's office. They're the ones who qualifies them. They're the ones who looks at their income and that sort of thing. And then once they get approved at the assessor's office sends it down to the Water and Sewer Division, and then we automatically apply it. We do not qualify them, but I will tell you that at last count, I think last year we had 9 residents that applied for it and actually received it. It's actually down to about 4 this year. So unfortunately, we are trying to expand it if possible.
Thank you.
John.
Thanks very much. Mr. Russell, I hope I didn't misunderstand what you presented, and if I did, I apologize. Is it correct that what you said about declining volume of use is that declining volume of use is a contributor to the need for a rate increase?
Well, it's factored in, Mr. Viscoy. So in other words, based on our consumption for our projected consumption this coming year, if we anticipate less volume being used or less demand, then we're going to be generating less revenue. And as a result, we would need to raise the rates slightly because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, what I find so ironic about that is that it sounds like punishment for saving on water usage. I thought we were in a situation where we should all do as much as we can to minimize water usage where we can. And now I find out that if we do, we'll pay more for the water. And I know that that's not anything that we can't put that on you, but it feels to me that the economics of this should work just the opposite, that we should raise rates when we want to conserve water, not raise rates as a sort of penalty for having conserved water. But I don't think we're going to figure that one out tonight, but I just thought I would make the observation.
Any other questions by select board members? I really can't see Miriam while we're in presentation mode. So, okay. Doesn't look like she's trying to raise her hand.
It looked as though maybe a few members from the task force had wanted to weigh in.
Yeah. So Devin, I know David Lescoyer signed up to speak. I see Dick Benka and Linda Pelkey trying to raise their hands. If you want to promote David first.
Hello, members of the Select Board. Thank you for conducting this hearing. And I'm a member of the task force. It's one of my pleasures in my involvement in the town to work with Fred. And a couple of things I wanted to mention. First of all, the 18 100 cubic foot is considered the necessity of living allowance. The tier 1 is for the amount that a family really needs in order to meet their basic needs. And the tier 2 is getting to what John is talking about. If you go above that, then you pay more because if you're using more than 1,800 cubic feet, that means that you're going over the line beyond conservation. So it's a higher rate. That's the rationale. One of the things we did as a task force is to urge the Raftellus consultants to come and look at our rates because we saw that what was happening in other communities may be relevant and applicable to Brookline, and it turned out that that was the case. We particularly followed the example of Northampton, as it turns out. And one of the things we did, as they had done in Northampton, is to limit the necessity of living 1,800 cubic feet to the smaller accounts, single family and small customers. And for the larger customers and large buildings, it just doesn't apply. It wasn't equitable. So for them, there's a uniform rate. And then taking that idea, which is partly a social policy and partly for equity, and looking at irrigation, clearly there is no basic amount that you should be allowed to use for irrigation. Any amount you're using for irrigation is above and beyond the necessity of life and should be charged at the full rate. That's what we concluded as a task force. Now, so we definitely support Mr. Russell's recommendations regarding not using a tiered structure for irrigation rates. And I think that's those were the points that I wanted to make. So I will conclude with that and thank the board and Fred. And there are a couple of things going. Raoul's question in allowing some kind of concessions for the housing authority. We would like to do that. We'd like to do also improvements and concessions for elderly customers. But right now we're blocked by town council, who pointed out that there's a court decision from 1932, Broad versus Chelmsford, that limits our ability to do it. And a couple of years ago, a home rule petition was filed to allow Brookline more scope for addressing these kinds of issues in our rates. So I guess my question, in concluding my remarks tonight, is what's happened with that home rule petition. Maybe it would be a good idea to go back to the town council, find out if it's still pending, where it stands, if it's dead, to revitalize it, because the other priority area for the task force was to address these kinds of issues, but we were blocked and stymied. It was warrant Article 9, maybe 2 or 3 town meetings ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dick. Dick Benka.
Thank you very much. Very quickly. Carla, would you turn off the television? Sorry.
Maybe we can take Linda while we're waiting.
Good evening, Select Board. Yeah, that was something. I think Dick looks like he's ready, but oh, now I'm echoing.
Dick, we're gonna mute you, and we're gonna take Linda first, and then we'll go back to you. Make sure that all other devices are off.
I just wanted to say that
Can I try now?
No.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
We're gonna take Linda first, and then we'll take you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay.
Hello?
Dick, we're gonna take Linda first and then we'll come back to you.
Can you hear me?
We're gonna take Linda first and then come back to you.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. We had Big on in the background.
Of course, it's happened.
Okay. All right. I just want to say I also really have enjoyed the opportunity to work with Fred and the rest of the task force. It's been really interesting. And I think we've, we have a good range of interests and backgrounds and expertise on the task force. So it's been really rewarding. I just wanted to comment actually on a few of the questions that have come up. One thing about the senior discount is it's just simply not available to anyone who might income qualify, but who lives in an apartment or a condominium, because we have shared bills. And so you can't separate out the cost of one person's water and give them a discount if they're low income. So that's an unfortunate thing. And we just have not figured out any way to work around that. My interest in joining the task force was around the issues of fairness, and particularly about the multifamily buildings, because in the beginning there was a tiered applied, and it really didn't make a lot of sense for a various sized multifamily buildings to have a tier. It just, unless you divided it by the number of units. And we had we were really well educated by the consultant that we worked with, Reftelis, and learned a lot and looked at other examples of towns. And that gave us a lot of confidence that we were doing things that were industry standard practice, and good municipal governance. No one likes to hear that they're going to have a 5% increase in their bills, but it's a function of the pandemic and the fact that all of those businesses and workplaces saved a lot of money while we paid the bills at home to use our home offices. So that's just one thing to take into account when we have a big societal shift like that. Maybe it'll continue, I don't know. On the irrigation, it's true there is no standard amount of irrigation water. The rate is exactly equal to what's paid by the multifamily combined rates. So it's not cheap. It used to be cheaper. We instituted a base charge for the irrigation, but I often argue for the greening of Brookline. So I have a hard time with trying to punish people too severely who irrigate, and especially the town. We love our trees. We need our trees. We need our green, especially in the dense parts. Thank you. I heard that, Devin. So the only other comment I would make is if we try to exempt certain users, those costs get shifted to other users. And I would just remind everyone that, outside of housing, we have a significant population that is living in poverty or struggling financially. So we need to think very carefully if we want to shift those costs. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, Dick.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. I first want to very much say how much of a pleasure it was to work with Fred and the members of the task force. You have a very professional director of water and sewer, and he takes his job very seriously, and it is truly an honor to work with him. Responding to John's question, Select Person Van Skoyak's question, there are fixed costs, and a large portion of the costs that the town has to pay are fixed costs for water lines, sewer lines, phosphate control that we have to deal with now. And those costs exist regardless of the amount of water that is flowing through them. And the less water you're expected to use, those costs have to be spread over a smaller amount of water, and therefore the rates that are calculated looking forward do have to go up to cover what in part are fixed costs. So that is one issue that we have to deal with. We actually have not imposed the entirety of fixed costs on residential ratepayers in Brookline. Back when this process started, we made a conscious effort to try not to hit the smaller users dramatically. Based on a pure cost of service, the cost for the very small users for the connections to their house, the base rate would have gone up much more than it did. And there was a decision made that has continued through the years to avoid that sort of imposition of costs on smaller users and shift some of the costs to larger users. So that philosophy persists even to this point, and it persists in the tiered rates that we have. Finally, I would add, and Fred, I think you didn't mention this, but I think we may be paying in part for what happened with the pandemic last year, when Brookline's usage went up substantially and Boston's did not, because of the decline in use in commercial and industrial buildings, particularly the large office buildings in Boston. Their usage went down, our usage went up. And I think that as people worked from home and stayed home, and I think the MWRA may be hitting us with some of that right now. I'm not sure whether that's true or whether that effect has diminished for the coming year. But those are my comments. Again, we've tried to do this in a way that looks at conservation, looks at fairness, looks at cost of service, and tries to avoid rate shock. So thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you very much. If it was not clear from the beginning of this presentation, this is a public hearing. We welcome all members of the public who are interested to make a statement. You're limited to 3 minutes. Anyone raise their hand or?
At this time, there are 35 attendees, and it looks like someone is interested in making a comment. Manishi Desai, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, hi. I thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm to speak in regard to, I know this hearing regarding sanctuary transitioning to phase 4. I reside currently at 20 Webster, which directly abuts sanctuary. Can you hear me?
So sorry.
This is about our water and sewer rates.
Okay, so the hearing has not, thank you for clarifying. That's why I opened with that, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we'll announce when we're taking that hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. So it doesn't look like we have any members of the public that have attended this meeting for this particular issue to comment. So I will close the public hearing on the water and sewer rates. How are folks feeling about voting these rates tonight? Any objections to voting on these rates? I think the task force, at least for the water and sewer, really gives a level of confidence. I hear what Raul is saying about housing authority. I think that's something that we should probably look at over the next year or two. We need to really understand where the shift of the shift in the burden would go. But I think I'm glad that it's not like a huge sticker shock this year. So any other comments? Raul.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I think it's something that we need to study. I'm glad to hear that the task force was already thinking about this and is sort of starting to investigate this. So that's terrific to hear. I'd love to see some analysis, maybe looking back at average over the past X number of years. I know this is an unusually high year, to see what the impact would be if that burden was shifted elsewhere, at either 100% or some other percentage, 50%, 25%, at different levels. And and to, understand if that's something maybe, as a policy decision, we as a board in the future, might want to take action on. But I don't think we should do it right now without the analysis. But I'd like to see if we can indicate, to Fred and all the other folks involved in this, that's something we'd like to see.
Excellent. Before I acknowledge you, Bernard, unmute yourself. If we can get an update on that home rule issue that David Lescoyer brought up, I'm particularly curious. Bernard.
Yeah, I think that's an important issue to have some study on, but it's not just the housing authority, it's the schools. And when you shift costs from one set of bodies to shift costs, someone has to pick it up. So the analysis should see should look at what the impact of shifting a significant amount of costs from housing, schools, and other areas, if there are any, would be on residential users. So all I'm suggesting is that let's have a study, but let's have a very broad-ranging study.
John.
And I can't resist the comment that if representatives of state government are listening tonight, I hope they're properly ashamed that they have so starved state-run housing authorities that people at the local level are now seriously discussing having to give the housing authorities relief via free water. If these housing authorities went to the legislature and asked for a glass of water, would they get it, or would they have to turn to Brookline to get it? I'm not going to relent when it comes to putting the focus on the state for having caused these issues and continuing to cause these issues. Thank you.
Any other comments before we vote on these rates? Okay, let me just make sure that I have so I closed the public hearing? Yes, I think I did. Okay. Now I just need to get to my script. Okay, so I'm going to move approval of the aggregate increase of 5.4% to the fiscal year 22 water and sewer rates. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the board, thank you to the task force, and thank you to Director Russell for his work on this. And we can be proud that we have some of the greatest water in the nation.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like Aaron is sticking around for another presentation.
This is the Galentine show tonight. Are you ready for me to go ahead and get started? All right, I know we're short on time. So again, good evening. My name is Erin Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works in Brookline, and I am thrilled, as we have our team joining here, to present for your approval and adoption the town's first urban forest climate resiliency master plan. A link to the plan was provided in your packet and is available on the DPW Parks and Open Space Division webpage. Over the past year and a half, and we can go ahead and share the screen just so we can move along, Kyle, whenever is good for you. So over the past year and a half, the department, in collaboration with the Select Board's Committee on Tree Protection and an incredible multi-department project team, developed an urban forest climate resiliency master plan that the town of Brookline can be proud of. We are especially grateful to our very own project manager, Katie Weatherseed, and the capable work of our consultant team. So as a reminder for this board, in February 2020, the town was awarded a municipal vulnerability preparedness program, an MVP action grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to develop this plan. We were really excited at the time and talked about the tremendous opportunity to embark upon this project. And the plan is the culmination of a comprehensive planning and community engagement process. And I think, Kyle, we're already kind of past this. We've talked about the folks that are on the committee. I wanted those folks. Yeah, And this was in the board's packet, but as you could see from that slide, we had a tremendous involvement from many different boards and commissions and interest groups. So we had a comprehensive planning community engagement process. We had 7 committee meetings, including 5 public forums, community survey, multiple mailings, notices, press releases, meeting with advocates, Brookline Housing Authority site visits. So we pushed in to include them and get information and engagement, and reached out with yard signs and a whole host of different ways, trying to really try different engagement strategies. The plan is intended to position the town to proactively and equitably prepare for and mitigate the impacts of climate change on towns' public and private trees, to mitigate the impacts of climate change by strengthening the ecological functions and values provided by a healthy and sustainable tree canopy, and to best serve this community, particularly environmental justice neighborhoods and vulnerable populations most susceptible to climate change impacts, such as the urban heat island effect. So the Urban Forest Climate Resiliency Master Plan includes an assessment of the health and conditions of the town's street trees, an analysis of the entire urban forest using LiDAR technology, a review of the town's forestry budget and management practices, and a 10-year action plan outlining goals and recommendations to enhance the resiliency of Brookline's urban tree canopy. We hope that this master plan will build upon the town's rich legacy of comprehensive urban forest planning and management, and also serve as a model for the region and other communities that are actively working to build a climate resilience. And we see this as a tremendous opportunity for us to build a regional network through this plan. The town's lead consultant, Kyle Zick from KZLA, is here to present an overview of the committee's work over the last 15 months and the final plan. So I will turn it over to Kyle.
Thanks so much, Erin. Thank you to the Select Board for giving us the opportunity to talk more about the project. So as Erin said, I'm Kyle Zick. I'm a landscape architect with Kyle Zick Landscape Architecture. We were the lead consultant. We certainly didn't do this project on our own. We had a team of collaborators from Bartlett Tree Experts who are consulting arborists, Weston and Sampson, who had scientists who could look at the climate change analysis and risk mitigation, and also horticultural soils experts from Shearsy and Company. Ultimately, the report, which we're seeing the cover on the screen now, is a 150-page report that covers a broad spectrum of topics, all related to the urban forest. It all started with just inventorying what you have. Over 12,000 trees within the public right-of-way. And that's what all these little blue dots on the right-hand map show. And 75% of those trees are in excellent condition. And that's kind of unheard of for public street trees. You know, we would expect, you know, we often see 40 or 50%, you know, at that kind of rating. So Brookline is doing a lot of things well. And the percentage of poor and dead trees is less than 3%. It's very hard on this map to even see the yellow and orange dots because there are so few. Now, Erin mentioned the LiDAR in the urban tree canopy assessment. So what does that mean? So LiDAR is a way to go beyond just aerial photography, and LiDAR adds with laser measurement, height and elevation. So they can break down and understand a lot of information about the town tree canopy based on this. And what they told us is that from 2014 to 2020, the tree canopy coverage in town has decreased from 46.3% to 44.7%. So it's not a huge percentage change, but it is still alarming that we are decreasing in canopy coverage when we want to increase. When you think about it in acres, it actually hits home a little bit more. There were 224 acres of loss of tree canopy, and that's and then offset by 153 acres of gain. When you think of the net loss, it's the equivalent of 54 football fields of tree canopy from 2014 to 2020. Now, the town is at 44.7% tree canopy coverage now. When you think about your adjacent neighbors in Boston, they're at 27%, Cambridge is at 26%, so you're well above them. You try to look at other peers, maybe Annapolis at 42% is something similar, but otherwise you're doing well. That doesn't mean you need to stay where you are. We still want to raise the bar because there are areas that need to improve. The UVM study also estimated the number of trees you have in town. They say about 204,000 trees. And they say that margin of error is about 10,000 trees. A third of those trees are on public land and 2/3 are on private land. Those 204,000 trees actually do a lot of work. Just one example of a statistic, all those trees absorb 48 million gallons of stormwater per year. So think about that, related to a rain event like today, or what they're doing in terms of sequestering carbon, removing pollutants, particulate matter, and improving the air quality. I mentioned the loss of tree canopy in those 54 football fields. We wanted to break it down more and see where are the culprits. This chart starts to look at land use. The different land use categories are here on the left, and then acres lost or gained are on the bottom. I want your eye to immediately go to the biggest blue bar, 107 acres lost in the residential 1 to 3 family category. So what that means is from 2014 to 2020, your most tree canopy coverage was lost on residential properties. So this stresses the importance on private tree protection going forward. When we think about climate change impacts, there are a lot of things to consider. One thing we really want to focus on is the heat island effect. We've already seen in this June how many 90-degree days we've had. They predict by 2030, the number of 90-degree days will triple compared to 2000. And that's really going to affect North Brookline, particularly where there's more pavement and more development versus South Brookline. So we started to look at it more carefully, and I mentioned the overall town canopy coverage average of 44.7%. We looked at areas that were less than 30%. So those are areas similar to Boston and Cambridge in terms of their overall canopy coverage. And in North Brookline, you could see by census block or precinct or parcel, there's a corridor from Brookline Village to Coolidge Corner up to Commonwealth Avenue where we have less than 30% canopy coverage. And we have environmental justice areas in those same areas, also affordable housing. So that really shows that where you have the highest population density, where air quality is an issue, where it's most developed, that's where you want to focus your tree planting to increase canopy coverage. North Brookline in general, and why would we do this and what's the effect? If we can increase the canopy coverage 10% in these areas in North Brookline that are already less than 30%, we can decrease the ambient air temperature 1 degree Fahrenheit. You think, all right, 1 degree, big deal, right? But that 1 degree can decrease the number of ambulance visits that are heat related 1 per month in Brookline. So that's where it really has an impact on your residents. We've talked a little bit about townwide percentages so far, but we did look at this by precinct. We could look at it census block and by parcel. We have individual canopy goals for each precinct because they're all very different. While we're shooting for a 49% goal for the town in general, increasing from 44.7%, that doesn't mean that precinct number 2, which currently has less than 25% coverage, can meet that. We want to push that precinct to be at around 33%. And then precinct 16 will be striving for 61% to all work together for that goal. Now, just as a side note, I mentioned this goal of 49%. If we had not lost any trees from 2014 to 2020, our tree canopy coverage in Brookline today would be 49% without planting any new trees. So it just, again, stresses the importance of taking care of and protecting your existing trees, because that's much easier to do than trying to plant 8,500 trees over the next 10 years that it would be required to get us to that goal. So on that topic of protecting existing trees, we want to make sure that the committee work that started in 2001 is advanced so that the tree ordinance is developed fully and then enacted, and that there is additional canopy related guidelines under the zoning bylaw section 5.09 design review that are developed. and that you consider additional review process under the development review to encourage property owners to meet specific canopy standards. We've done benchmarking of the town forestry landscape sector compared to your peers, but also identified goals that are unrelated to the peers to continue to increase the standard of care. As part of these recommendations, we think that the tree warden should be a full-time position. Right now, it's a half-time position. But by expanding the canopy and planting new trees and more development and design review, that position really needs to be full-time, particularly if there will be additional arborist staff added, which we think is important because over the past 16 years, private tree pruning costs have increased 400%. So a way to maintain and mitigate those cost increases is actually to do more of that pruning in-house, because we're going to need to do more pruning hours to maintain the standard of care, but also in response to more frequent and intense storms due to climate change. So what does that mean for the budget? In 2020, the forestry budget totaled around $640,000, increasing the tree warden to a full-time position and increasing the costs related to the number of trees and tree care. In the next 2 to 5 years, we think that budget needs to increase to about $975,000. And in 6 to 10 years, $1.3 million. As Aaron mentioned, this is a 10-year actionable plan. So we've taken all the recommendations in the plan, broken them down by objectives and goals, and clearly identified responsibilities and time frame. The Tree Protection Committee that's followed the project throughout will meet every 6 months to monitor that progress and maintain momentum. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions.
Excellent. Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions by select board members? Bernard.
Unmuted. Is my observation correct that there seems to be somewhat of a conflicting relationship between the growth of apartment buildings along the Harvard Street corridor leading up to Commonwealth and the reduction in the tree canopy in that area? I mean, there seems to be that one explanation for that, and it sort of creates a conflict between our goals of increasing multifamily housing in some areas and maintaining a tree canopy. I have another question, and that is, I'm asking for an explanation of why the town lost 30 acres over the period of the study.
Kyle, maybe you can explain kind of what those acres mean as we're looking at the LiDAR and what some of the causes are that we had discussed in our meetings. And I'll just sort of say that to Select Person Green, that we've definitely seen tree loss as a part of kind of infill development. So that's something that we've been able to look at. We've looked at the data and that was sort of a remarkable area where there was a significant change. And as we go forward, we're looking at the public way. We're looking at ways that we can reintroduce trees in particular into these high density areas that really will need it as part of mitigating the heat island effect and also in terms of equity.
Yep. And I think the question about the loss of tree canopy on town land is an interesting one. And we looked at it hard. And we were able to pinpoint several capital projects. Just as an example, Fisher Hill Reservoir or the Putterham Meadows driving range are one that involve tree clearing, but also tremendous replanting. And the trees will take till the next LiDAR analysis, 6 to 10 years out, the new trees to show up because they're small. So while there was tree clearing, the replacement value will catch up in that time. We also looked at areas that we knew there were losses of trees due to storm events and could pinpoint that on the LiDAR as well. So we were able to explain the 30 acres pretty well with the either capital projects, natural storms, or other projects.
Any other questions by board members? John?
Yeah, a couple of questions, and thank you very much for this presentation tonight. Is there going to be in the budget for FY22, or is there in the budget for FY22 sufficient funds for the amount of tree planting necessary to be on track towards the goal that is set in this report?
So the plan itself is a 10-year plan that outlines, I think, a lot of very aspirational goals, but very clear and very directed in terms of how we can achieve that. We see this as an opportunity to use grants and work with advocates and friends groups. We'll be looking at policy and zoning, but specifically around the planting, we have additional money that's been added to the capital improvement plan for FY22 so that we can kickstart this year and meet our goal. But a lot of it's going to be education and outreach as well, because it's not just about what the town plants on town property. It's also getting residents to participate as well. And so we're really trying to think about ways that we can quantify not only public trees planted, but also private. But yes, FY22, we're looking to kick it off with additional planting, and that's been incorporated into the budget.
And if I may, a follow-up question. Have you had a chance to figure out if within the federal money that is coming our way, there might be money for tree planting?
We are still looking into kind of the wide range of opportunities around that. But certainly there may be some grant opportunities in the future. And as we're talking about trees as part of our infrastructure and as part of climate resilience, we're going to leverage that and leverage this plan to try to see where there may be opportunities for even federal or state funding to help us advance our goals.
Great, thanks.
Miriam, and then Raul.
Yeah, two questions actually. So the first is there's a recommendation that the arborist who's now part-time be full-time. Is that something that's going to be possible in your budget? And then the second question, which is completely unrelated, which is it seems like, again, a part of this plan relies on private owners of property and trees. So I guess what I want to know is what's the thinking on how to get, you talked a little bit about it, how do we incentivize those individuals to get on board?
So two parts. So we are very fortunate to have Tom Brady, who is our tree warden and conservation administrator, incredibly talented in both fields, which is not typical actually out there in the market. And the conservation administrator role and arborist role used to be two independent full-time positions and were collapsed as a cost-saving measure to the town in particularly kind of hard times, and also because Tom has that unique skill set. What we're finding though is that the workload is such that those two full-time functions really can't be accomplished to the extent that where we see the needs. So it's not currently in the budget, and that's just something we're going to have to talk about going forward. But needed to be at least identified that that's a limiting factor on to the extent that we can forward the goals identified in the plan. And we are really going to need to rely on our advocates, our friends groups, kind of a big PR campaign to get the public on board and working with us on this. But I think a lot of folks are really excited actually to do that and want to be part of the process. So that's going to take some time. The select board task force is committed to meeting at a minimum every 6 months to check in on what are our goals for this particular year, what have we accomplished, and prioritizing those. And as specific initiatives come on board, we'll meet more frequently to push those forward.
Excellent. Raul?
Thank you, Heather. Thanks for this great presentation. I feel like every time I had a question, it was answered on the very next slide. So really well done. I still do have a comment and 3 very quick questions, so maybe very quick answers to them, okay? The comment is, we just had a meeting of the Small Business Development Committee this morning, and the committee is all in on exactly what you're talking about. We talked about how trees and flowers beautify commercial areas, bring more people to them, help them stay longer. I think the goals are aligned there, especially as we look at some of the commercial corridors that are maybe responsible for some of the heat and not having enough of a tree canopy. So I think the small business community is all in on this. My questions are, one, and maybe Nancy Heller, a former select board member, brought this up in your conversations, but has natural gas been identified as a threat at all to the tree canopy? I know there was some concerns about trees on Russet Road. Maybe if you can just talk about that very briefly, and I have 2 other questions.
Go ahead, Kyle. Do you want to? Because we did actually overlay our tree loss with identified gas leaks per National Grid's data.
Yeah, that's right. We have GIS information of all the historic gas leaks in the town, and we're able to overlay that with the stem-by-stem tree inventory of the public right-of-way trees and see if there's a correlation between any of those leak locations and dead trees, poor trees. But the thing is with natural gas is it's difficult to predict, and it's highly variable based on the soil, the elevation, the topography. So while sometimes we can see a correlation, we also know that the town is very proactive to remove dead trees and then replaces the soil that maybe have been impacted after the leak has been repaired. So it's definitely an issue we're aware of and have paid attention to in terms of recommendations and tree planting standards.
Great. Thank you. Question number 2 was about other types of greenery versus trees. Do they have the same benefits, or what are the relative benefits versus a garden that may not have any trees versus a garden that does have a tree or more on them? I imagine there's a net benefit to having a garden over a piece of cement, but I'm just wondering how far apart are we if we have green space but not trees there?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a great question because the trees, are different than shrubs and lawn for sure because of the shading effect and some of the work they do in terms of carbon sequestration, but also absorbing particulate matter and improving air quality. But that doesn't mean that other green isn't good. And in fact, kind of outside of the purview of this project, we would imagine that there should be green roofs and pervious pavement and reflective pavement versus dark colors, because all of those can help make a big impact to offset the heat island effect beyond what the urban forest can do.
Great. Perfect lead into my final question, which was about green rooftops. And I'd love to see more parks and green spaces on rooftops in Brookline. Is it possible to plant and grow trees in that way on rooftops?
It definitely is. Now the building structure has to be engineered particularly to take that load, and which is more difficult sometimes in an existing building, but new buildings, it can be done. Now it's not simple because the weight of soil, with the water is actually pretty heavy. So that's why green roofs, which are a very thin soil profile, like a carpet almost, are easier to achieve than trying to plant trees and shrubs, that kind of thing.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you so much.
Maybe for town staff, we can have an internal group meeting talking about whether or not our zoning even really allows for that. Any other questions by board members? Otherwise, do I open this up for public comment? Are there any members of the public?
I would say that it's up to you. We have had a very robust public process. So I leave that up to you in the interest of time.
Okay, in the next few seconds, I'll see if anybody makes themselves, oh, I think there is a hand raised, and I'll just read a question from the Q&A for Mr. Zick. Do you have comments on whether or not building higher along commercial corridors causes street level temperatures to increase? Also, whether building higher creates a better or more stressful environment for street trees? That's a decent question.
No, it is a good question because something that we have to be conscious of when we're planning for planting the public right of way is shade. You know, shading from buildings can really change the microclimate for growing street trees. It doesn't mean we can't plant there. You know, it may change what kind of tree we choose. So I think that's kind of the first part of it. In terms of, you know, if it's better or worse to have taller buildings, I think it's a more complicated answer because of lot coverage and density and the ability for other open space to be incorporated in that lot.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much for all your work on this and for your presentation tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You.
Trees are sacred cows in Brookline. Okay, on to our last public hearing of the evening.
We were hoping maybe.
Oh, for a vote. I'm
Oh.
sorry. Yes, my mistake. So I will move the following language: question of adopting the 2021 Urban Forest Climate Resiliency Master Plan for the town of Brookline as presented on June 22nd, 2021. All those in favor?
Can I just ask, sorry, briefly, what adopting this means? Does this mean that we're adopting the recommendations in it and we're supporting those recommendations?
That would be not my understanding. I mean, it's a master plan, so as it's adopted, it would be the planning effort. It's an outstanding plan. I think it would be impossible for the board to, in its vote, commit to future funding and future issues like that.
It's the philosophy of the plan, the goals as outlined, and I think supporting us to, you know, work with other departments and the board to further these goals within the capacity that the town has.
Okay, so I read the language. Any other questions before I take the roll call vote? Then Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye, and great job. Thank you.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. So now we are at our last public hearing of the evening, sanctuary license conditions public hearing. This is a public hearing. We will first hear from, I believe, Jeffrey Allen, who represents Sanctuary, and then we will we'll probably take a few questions from board members, and then I will open it up to public comment because I know that a few people have already signed up. So Jeffrey, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I'm not clear on, we have we have the delivery, and then we have the presentation of our walk-in plan. Do you want me to address them together, separately? Or what is your desire?
If you can try to take them together, you know, it's 9:24. We have a few, like, oh boy, we have 5 people signed up as of now that will get 3 minutes apiece. We'll have questions and answers by select board members. So if you can try to keep it to under 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Oh yes. I don't have that much to say.
Good.
Thank you, and let me first discuss condition number 26 to our license that was voted on December 8th, 2020. That was the COVID condition, part of the COVID conditions. That condition, you all have it before us, was drafted with staff and the involvement of Sanctuary. It was a cooperative effort. And it was drafted so that as soon as we got to phase 4, we would create a operations plan and automatically revert to walk-ins. It was drafted, and I think staff that was involved would back it up, that it was automatic. It wouldn't necessitate a vote because our license itself was based on walk-ins. And that only suspension of that was because of COVID. We've never actually, because of our opening date, we've never operated under the walk-ins because when we opened under COVID. So our license condition, our license was granted as a walk-in license. Our store was designed to provide all queuing of walk-in traffic inside the building. And in fact, during our early involvement with the town, we changed the interior design of our store so as to accommodate 116 customers at any given time. If you went back into the early stages of the design, you would see that there were a lot of display cases for other products associated with adult use cannabis. And those display cases and products were removed from the dispensary so as to allow all queuing of customers inside the premises. We intend to go forward with walk-in business, but maintain also reserve ahead for those customers that want it. We would expect that the majority of customers will be walk-in, but that there would still be substantial reserve ahead. And as I said, combining those two factors, the load factors, the legal limits, the reduction for staff, reduction for the art gallery, we would be able to have 116 customers in the store at any one given time. If in the unlikely event that we had more than that, we have a backup plan of a telephone waiting system where we would have customers go shopping in Coolidge Corner and call them in off a waiting list. We think that that is very unlikely. And I think one of the perceptions of many people has to be brought up to date. When Netta first opened, for lack of a better term, they were the only game in Greater Boston. And the demand for that one facility, one dispensary was great because that has changed dramatically. I'm not talking about the demand for I'm not talking about Netta specifically, but now we have multiple Greater Boston dispensaries. The industry has competition, and we think it would be unlikely that we would be in situations where we would have a need to create a waiting list. We believe our facility is large enough to handle the demand. We built our facility in Brookline's #1 retail neighborhood, retail center, and we built it to be a retail store. We have passerby traffic and a location where we think we benefit other retail outlets, and where the other retail outlets think we benefit them. So at this point, we're ready to go forward. As you know, phase 4 allows us to go forward at 100% capacity. The state of emergency is over on the state level, and your board last week voted to end the state of emergency in Brookline. So with all of those factors, we revert back to our original license and our original licensing rights. And we've presented you our COVID operating plan. If you have any questions about it, certainly we have the staff here to answer them. We have with us David Kitmel, our business development director. We have Josh Weaver, our CFO, and we have Jamie Savello, who's the manager of that store. We've discussed this with staff, with Monique. We've discussed it with Ms. Morelli. We've discussed it with Lieutenant Cullinane. And I see Jonathan Simpson's here. He's probably the only one we haven't discussed it with. So we've discussed this with the staff that was involved with drafting the position, the condition, and who we worked with. In regard to delivery, we've entered into an agreement with a company called We Can Deliver Boston LLC. They're certified as a member of the Social Equity Program of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. We've submitted all of the relevant information to Monique Baldwin, and I'm sure it's made its way to the board. With us tonight is Gabriel Salazar, somewhere here, who is, oh, there he is. It's sometimes like Hollywood squares and they move around sometimes. But Gabriel Salazar, the Chief Executive Officer of We Can Deliver Boston LLC and its founders, is here. We've submitted you a great deal of information about his company. He's here to answer any questions. I would underscore that that all loading or unloading of any of the delivery vehicles will be done in the privately owned lot at 25 Webster Street that we have a lease arrangement with. And in that lot, we're going to have two parking spaces that will be dedicated to We Can Deliver Boston LLC, so they will always be available to them for their use. We've reviewed the conditions with Monique and with all other staff. We're in agreement with all the proposed conditions with one giant exception. And that giant exception would be condition number 27, which would require the use of electric vehicles as delivery vehicles. That basically would put Mr. Salazar out of business, to be frank. It's a massive capital expenditure. I think it's inconsistent with the social equity program. These are businesses that are startups and getting going, and it's an unrealistic capital expenditure. It actually, and he can explain, it's inconsistent with the mode of the business, the vehicles that are now available, with the number of vehicles that would be needed, with the charging stations, with the amount of time that the charge is good for. All of those factors make it at this time unrealistic. Having said that, Mr. Salazar can tell you about the eco-friendly nature of his fleet and certain things that they have done to be eco-friendly, short of being an electric car. We provide you with a traffic study update that shows that the delivery will have no impact on traffic in the surrounding areas. Other than that, all of the other conditions are acceptable to us, and we think they're well reasoned. And I appreciate the work that Ms. Baldwin and others have done in bringing this to the board's attention, and the working relationship they displayed with us. So we're excited about both prospects and more than happy to answer questions. I hope I was brief.
Yes, thank you very much. Any questions from select board members? So oh, John.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to ask two questions. Could we hear recommendation of staff on the question of the electric vehicle and whether that should be required? And I just need clarification on this issue of walk-in. And would we be in a situation of parity between Netta and Sanctuary if they were both granted walk-in? Or on the other hand, if we denied walk-in to Sanctuary, does Netta currently have walk-in? So those are my two questions.
If I can take the walk-in question, and I think this has been acknowledged, and it's nobody's fault. It was an accident. I'm not suggesting any bad motives. It simply was an accident. In COVID, there was a lot of things going on. when this condition was drafted for us, staff assured us that Netta would have the same condition. Somehow in the drafting of conditions, Netta did not get the same condition of a presentation to the board. There was never a suggestion of a vote by the board, but presentation to the board. So Netta has been operating since Memorial Day weekend with walk-in business. And as such, we've been placed at a competitive disadvantage. We both were granted walk-in licenses. So, but that was an oversight at the town level. We certainly weren't involved in Netta's. So that's where the walk-in is.
So Monique will answer the second part of the question, then I'll recognize Miriam.
Yep. So town staff understands that the requirement of electric vehicles really would be somewhat of a burden to economic empowerment and social equity applicants. This condition was mostly added just to place this on the select board's radar in terms of, we do have competing values here at Brookline, sustainability. You guys have the, I think it's the 2050 goal, carbon neutral, to be carbon neutral. So while town staff, we put this condition in there, it's just, we're amendable, and we feel that perhaps there are other alternatives. For example, perhaps the applicant can look at having electronic vehicles in the future. In addition to, the state has also programs. So it's just to get this on everybody's radar, essentially.
Before I recognize Gabe, I'm sorry, Miriam. I'm not sure we can require this. Is that correct?
I would need town council for that. I don't think that you can, in my personal opinion. I think that this was just, something to get on the radar of the select board, just to acknowledge that we do have these future goals. And if we could, require that the applicant perhaps review options towards moving towards this goal in the future, then that's something that we can do. But I would ask Jonathan Simpson that. So
I'll recognize Jonathan. I'll give Gabe an opportunity to speak, and then I'll recognize Miriam.
Well, Heather, I would be interested to understand why you believe it's impermissible. I think you can certainly make arguments as to, and Attorney Allen already has, about why it is it borders on sort of infeasible, particularly for the companies that are starting up, but I'm not aware of any legal obstacle to doing it, for what it's worth.
That's good to know. Thank you. Mr. Salazar?
Hey, everybody. So I do want to let y'all know that the environment is something important to We Can Deliver. We Can Deliver is a community-driven delivery service. So with that being said, nature is part of our community too. And our vehicles are very eco-friendly, so they get 36 miles to the gallon. On top of that, we're a part of this program called On-Fleet Offset. So what it does is it calculates the total amount of carbon emissions that our operations produces, and it multiplies our total monthly mileage by the standard EPA GHG coefficient based on our vehicle type. So with that being said, it sums up to $8 per metric ton, and $4 of that comes from us, and the other $4 comes from the dispatch software that we use. This total is then added up to our organization's monthly invoices, and the funds are directly sent to our sustainability partner, Patchma, who then distributes them to OnFleet's portfolio of ACR and VCS verified forest projects. So this is something that is very important to us from the beginning. We've been doing this with our alcohol delivery company, and we will continue doing this with our cannabis delivery company.
Thank you. Miriam.
Thank you. So I have two questions, or I guess a comment and a question. I'll start with the comment. The first is, I appreciate that you want to bring this to our attention. It is definitely, I think, attention we are all aware of, and it is yes, you've done that. It's something we're talking about, but I think it's really important that I feel like this seems capricious and arbitrary to place this burden on sanctuary on we can deliver. I mean, it just, look, to be frank, my daughter just had bubble tea delivered by a Grubhub driver, right? And that person is not an electric vehicle, and we're not putting those same constraints. Then what we're doing is creating a very unequal playing ground. And I think that's a really important lens we have to have on this. So to Mr. Salazar, I really appreciate that you are being thoughtful about the environment. I think this is something we as a town need to think about. I think we need to be also thoughtful about how we roll it out so that we do it with an equity lens. My question then is mostly for town council, which is, if Sanctuary meets all the requirements to move to phase 4, do we have any grounds to deny them? And if we deny them without any grounds, does that open us up to a legal challenge?
So thank you. So the basic question is, are there grounds? I think that the conditions in the license clearly state that the sanctuary is to submit an operations plan to you, and the fact and that goes without saying that if they're submitting a plan to you and the plan is either not submitted or is incomplete or fails to answer your questions or is unsatisfactory, you could theoretically deny it, deny the right to move forward. However, I think you've already hit on an important point here, that they have presented a plan. They have, and I think this gives us an opportunity to kind of work through this slight disjunction between what the two establishments received. Attorney Allen and the team at Sanctuary have produced a phase 4 plan, which is what they were required to do. Attorney Allen has brought a number of people from the team here to answer any of your questions. So I certainly think that if the board was serious about taking steps to reject the plan and through it reject walk-ins, they would really want to take this a chance to investigate the plan and see if there was something unsatisfactory about it. You have the people here to answer your questions, to try to delve that, to rule it out of hand. I think would be an avenue you wouldn't want to go down here. I've glanced through the plan. It's not my, certainly I'm not an expert on marijuana operations, but the fact, as Attorney Allen has laid out, there is space inside. The previous plan clearly was not a fan of queuing outside the building, so having people queuing inside is clearly contemplated. There are a number of other things you can infer from the license that and the plans that you've already seen that as Attorney Allen said, walk-ins appear to be part of the business model going in. It's kind of part and parcel.
I would add that we submitted the plan on June 7th in response to the time frame laid out for us by the town. We've talked to all town department heads that have concerns with our licensing. We've had no concern from town department heads that haven't been responded. I think the number one concern by the town department heads we spoke to, or not department heads, personnel, sorry, was to make sure that all queuing was interior. We've confirmed that.
Raul.
Sure. Just thinking through this issue a little bit more, I think we have a few things that we need to figure out as a board. One is, does the majority of this board think that all of our licensees should be reserve ahead only? Second would be, is there any situation or circumstance in which we think it would make sense for one licensee to be reserve ahead while others are allowed to take walk-in business? And if there's not an appetite on the board to do either one of those things, then I don't know that we have much else to talk about. I think we just approve this license and we go ahead and move on. So I'm just not exactly sure where other board members are on that. I'll just say that I think there's a good argument for keeping everything consistent. And right now we're in a place where things aren't consistent. I think Netta snuck one by us, where I remember the conversation where I think we were ready to create a condition where they needed to be reserve ahead only, and then they offered to do it. And so we didn't actually put a condition on them at all. And they were able then to undo it whenever they wanted to, which was apparently this past week. And we couldn't say much about it because we never actually placed that condition on them at the time. I just would like to know from other board members, and maybe you want to hear from members of the public first, and then we have that conversation. But if I'd like to know if other board members are, want to be committed to the reserve ahead model for all of our businesses, or that it makes sense to have reserve ahead for one and not others. That conversation needs to be had, I think.
Can I just say one thing? And I'm sure Attorney Simpson may have something to say about this. Since our license was issued as a walk-in license, and since there has been no negative effect of walk-in business from us or problems, because we haven't done it yet, I don't think there'd be grounds for the board to change our license. Our license is a property right. And so since we have not violated our license, since we have not created a nuisance by our license, because we haven't utilized the walk-in, I don't believe legally our license can be changed at this juncture. I'm drawing an analogy in the licensing to liquor license because there isn't a body of law on cannabis licensing. But until we operate the license and a problem is identified in the public and we're given a notice of a concern and a chance to defend ourselves, I don't believe our license can be changed without that basis.
So I'll briefly respond to Raul's inquiry, and of course, other board members can raise their hand and speak as well before we open it up to public comment, which we are getting to in the next several minutes. My perspective is we need to treat them the same. I am somewhat open to considering appointment only, but I will remind this board and other people who have tuned in, town meeting weighed in on this already. We had a special town meeting about two years ago where town meeting was asked whether or not we wanted to condition appointment only across the board, and it was rejected. So I don't like going against town meeting, and I personally don't feel like we're at a point where conditions are so different than what the conditions were then. But I am open to hearing from other board members about their thoughts. Miriam.
I would just agree with that. To me, the issue is that we're consistent. That if one has walk-in, then the other should have walk-in, and vice versa, that everybody is appointment only. But I really honestly don't know enough about the business model to say which we should be doing. And I do remember that special town meeting, and I do remember that vote. And I agree with you. I think we need to stick by what town meeting decided.
I'll also say that all licenses are issued yearly, and this, as well as Netta's license, are up at the end of the calendar year. If we were to change conditions, it is more appropriate to do them at the same time so that it is consistent. Any other comments by board members before I open it up to public comment? Bernard. You're muted.
I think we ought to comply with the conditions we've set for them, and not require something that is not that we haven't told them they had to do. But I think we need to listen to the public, and after all, the board members have to say. But I really am interested in what the public has to say about this.
Okay, I will open it up to public comment. Devin, I believe Susan Park wants to make a brief presentation. Now, all speakers will have 3 minutes. You will be given a 1 or 30-second warning. I'll let Devin take care of that.
Hi, Susan, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video when you're ready.
Okay. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure why you can't see my video. Um, okay, I guess it's being finicky right now. So I apologize that you can't see my video. Sometimes that happens if my laptop has been on all day. So hi, my name is Susan Park, and nice to see you all, even though you can't see me. And nice to see some of you the other day at Juneteenth and walked next to some of you. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 2. I'm also the chair of the Remote Learning Academy, PTO, and a big shout out to the principals who did an amazing job this year, and we finished today. So I just had some questions and concerns that I saw this last week. And the first is that, pre-COVID, during a public hearing, we had all met and we raised concerns about the flask vial logos, the pictures that were on the windows, because, Coolidge Corner is such that like there are a lot of families and kids who walk by 1351. And so, on 1351, on that side, the flasks were removed. But when I took a stroll around the building, I noticed that there are 2 signs on the brick walls in the back that still had those logos. So I made a note of it because I wanted to address that tonight. And then I went on my merry way. I crossed Beacon to go to, CVS. And there's that sandwich shop right across the street that has a window. And there was a little line, and my eyes immediately went to this gentleman who had this black polo shirt on. It was a cute shirt, and my eye went straight to the logo. And I didn't quite make the connection, but I was thinking, oh, that is so cool. Is that Eureka, or is that is that a toy store or something like that? Because that's the connection I made. And then it dawned on me that it's the sanctuary logo. And so the issue that I have is, the employees are, during their breaks and lunches, they're gonna go around town and get something to eat. They eat on Webster Street. There's chairs and, what have you. But, if I'm like as old as I am, and I thought that it's a cute shirt with that cute logo, and I have a daughter who's 11, so I'm thinking, where's the store that's connected to that shirt?
You have 30 seconds.
So that's one thing. And then the other thing is, in the packet of questions, F and Q, there was a 9 p.m. time, but I want to remind the board that it's actually 8 p.m. So that needs to be corrected. I'm wondering about the bathroom protocol. There's going to be long lines inside, and I'm wondering, with Netta, there were so many bathroom issues that the neighbors complained. What is the bathroom protocol inside? I'm wondering how many bathrooms there are, and what is the maximum point of sales? Like, what are the maximum point of sales registers? And also, I earnestly tried to get in touch with the health department, and the health department building is closed to the public. Like, they are literally closed. And I guess I'm just wondering, if the health department building is closed, then, is the town really ready to have walk-ins? We still are in the middle of a pandemic, and, it's great that numbers are down, but, we're not completely out of the woods yet. So I just wanted to remind you all of that. And I just hope that, we will really consider the safety of the
4
town.
minutes.
Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Manishi Desi. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm now speaking at the correct time. So thank you for your patience at that time. I'm a resident at 20 Webster. Again, my name is Manishi Desai. 20 Webster directly abuts Sanctuary. And I know you guys have just recently discussed about reserve ahead and versus walk-ins. I hope you do reconsider going to reserve ahead for all parties. It's working very well. I think COVID is kind of put us out of in a situation where we really don't know how a walk-in system will actually work. But right now, I believe it's working well in the sense we've had probably far fewer incidents than they had around Netta. We have a lot of kids in our community, and it's not comforting to know that there could be a product in such close proximity to the number of children that we have in our building. And I do appreciate that they're respecting keeping the queue entirely inside. I think that is a good decision. I also agree with the signage that Susan mentioned and how that can be misleading, especially for children, those under the age of 21, and how that could be disproportionately impactful to those young kids. Why, again, to reserve ahead? I feel that that reduces the time that people linger and reduces their chances of consuming product in the vicinity, which I've actually observed not that infrequently. I also will say that, you know, it's great if they linger and use local businesses, but I know we haven't also had the opportunity to see the impact on local businesses due to COVID. I do know some local businesses did close, and so it's hard to know if that increased traffic is actually going to improve the business in the area. Other concerns have just been that there has been increased littering in the area, not terrible, but just that it's not as clear it has been. Also about shared ride services and parking on Webster. I know they talked about having the delivery service have spots. We may have discussed before if they're able to have a reserved spot for shared rides in the lot. And I also just wanted to encourage everyone to look at smart approaches to marijuana, looking at what has happened in Colorado and how they've learned from it and how this could help us with our organization moving forward. I think it's a great resource to better look at how we can manage these two dispensaries and other dispensaries that may come to the community. And also Rand about signage and shielding children from marijuana ads. That is all. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Richard Strock. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you guys for having me. My name is Richard Strock. I have been a Brookline resident for over 30 years. My wife and I, when we were dating, lived here and have continued to live here and raise a young daughter here who's now 13. I guess my concern with walk-ins is as follows. The state is divided over the issue of marijuana usage in general, slightly skewed towards people who are in favor. But there's still a large proportion who object to it on a fundamental level. And I would say that I and my family fall into that category. My concern is this, although some of the issues, there were some excellent issues raised here about parity and how this is handled so that businesses that are participating in this industry are treated equally. First off, I would just to comment on that, say that I think we can look at this in two different ways. On one hand, yes, you should say that we treat everybody equally. At the same time, I think we do need to recognize that these shops exist in different microenvironments, and there are different implications. As a parent, I am particularly concerned with the message this sends to our youth. There are many people who would argue that marijuana is a fairly benign compound. I think that it has been poorly studied because it's been a controlled substance for so long, but the increasing evidence is that that's not true at all. And the increasing evidence is that it does lower barriers for people who then go on to participate in the use of other drugs. And I'm not going to even say that one is more benign than the other. I don't think that that's been established, and I think we would be rash to assume that it has. And so with that in mind, my concern is that by enabling walk-ins, we open this up to a level of endorsement that whether we can quantify the effect on our children or not, we are certainly lowering barriers and we are legitimizing something that I don't think we should. It may be true that I can walk down the street with my daughter and say, look at all these people going into that store. I don't think that's a healthy behavior. They're free to do it. It's legal. As soon as we make it legal, they may understand that, but they don't understand it as fully as if we say, hey, this is so serious that we have treated this as an illegal behavior. So I think we have to be eyes wide open about this. Now, that said, more than half the state has said that they want this access, and we have to be respectful of that as well. And I think that the proper balance on this is to keep this appointment only so that we keep some kind of modest level of discretion that exists around the way it appears in our community. I think NETA as an experiment has shown, and there's debate about how much of the criticisms are accurate and whether some people are trumping them up or not, but it's been clear that it's been a burden, and it's been clear. I had many fears about the way this was handled in the town. Among them, I can't walk down the street without walking through a cloud of marijuana smoke continually, despite the fact that it's not legal for public consumption. And so I think that to assume that everybody's going to behave well and it's going to have minimal impact to make this a completely accessible product
You've
is
reached 2
naive.
minutes.
And really, that's about it. I really just think that we would be better served to start with appointment only. Let's get through that. Let's get some stability. That could be revisited, but I'm just against walk-ins based on the level of exposure that it creates.
The next person signed up for public comment is Janice Kahn. Janice, you've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. So the people who have spoken ahead of me already addressed some of the issues. I am concerned about signage. We are one of only 2 countries in the world that allows direct-to-consumer advertising of drugs. And so I do think this creates a definite problem, a public health problem in this country. And so I hope that is rethought on how it's publicized in this town. I had a question for their counsel, Jeffrey Allen, about the numbers of people who have been doing appointment only. I'd like to know that, just to get a sense of how that has been working. The other thing is the issue about equity. I think that I know in Newton they do appointment only for their facilities, and they look at them on an individual basis whether or not they're going to change to allow walk-ins. But there is very strong public sentiment, I think, to keeping it there as appointment only. There's one that's about to open in my neighborhood on the Newton border, and it's going to be appointment only, even though there are some more established businesses in that city that are allowing them. I'm not sure if they're allowing walk-ins yet, but the fact is that just because one does or doesn't allow it, I think it should be looked at as on a case-by-case basis. And that I really think that we need to be mindful of how we use our public ways. And I was glad to hear that that Jeffrey Allen feels that that there's enough queuing to be inside. I would be very, very unhappy to see queuing on the streets. If we've learned one thing from COVID, it's how important our public spaces really are for many, many uses, and for the public well-being and the well-being of our businesses. And so I really hope that there is a backup plan so that there truly is no queuing on a street outside of Sanctuary. And let's see. Oh, and I just wanted to point out that it's not necessary to wait until license renewals. If there's a problem that comes up during the year, the select board have every right to call for a public hearing and to bring in a business and discuss issues of when there's been transgressions or failure to adhere to all the licensing conditions.
You have 30 seconds.
So I'm done, and I thank you very much for listening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michael Zurab. Michael, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. My name is Michael Zurab. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 3. I live about 2 blocks from Sanctuary, and I'm speaking in favor of allowing walk-ins and in favor of approving the delivery licenses. I think Select Board Member Ashkenazi put it well when talking about treating businesses equally. I think it makes a lot of sense to treat marijuana businesses similarly. I also think it makes sense to treat legal products similarly. And in the same way that we don't make people file appointments to go to liquor stores or to go to bars and drink liquor, I don't think there's any valid reason for discriminating against this particular kind of product. I think that's really the gist of it. There hasn't been a demonstrated issue with this store. It's never been walk-in. We had a debate 2 years ago about appointment only. The issue there was the volume of customers at Netta when it was the only game in town. As you know, now there are dozens of other stores in town. So the issue which motivated that particular debate, where town meeting rejected the appointment only model, is no longer similarly salient. So given those facts, I just don't see the basis for now having an about face, basically rejecting the model we previously agreed to with this business, and then going into an appointment only model. I think it makes sense to treat businesses equally and to treat legal products equally. And so I hope that that you proceed accordingly. Thanks.
Anyone else signed up to speak, Devin?
I did want to make the board aware that Jenna Teitelbaum had signed up in advance. I do not see her in the attendee list. I do want to let folks know that there are 2 people who have raised their hands, and I'm going to promote them.
You have 3 minutes.
The first person signed up is Jonathan Davis. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Mr. Davis? If you're having technical issues, let Devin know.
The next person who is signed up for public comment, I don't actually think that's Susan Park. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, it's Lauren Bernard. I sent an email earlier today, but it seems like nobody got it.
You're also logged in as Susan Park, so it wasn't easy to identify who you were. Looks
that's
like
weird.
that's the same situation as someone else on this call as well. So
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm Lauren Bernard. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 8, and I live on John Street and about 3 blocks probably from Sanctuary. I wanted to speak in favor of retaining the appointment only model, or reserve ahead, as some people call it. And there are a few reasons why. We saw the experience with Netta when it first opened, and I realized it was the only dispensary in the area, but I think it was so extreme that we would be remiss to think that we would not have a pretty big turnout here at Sanctuary. And, unlike Netta, which, I think the closest school is either Pierce or I guess Old Lincoln, you have a school really close, more than one. You have a private school, you have public school. And already there are more and more problems with smoking pot in the bathrooms at schools, vaping in schools. We are seeing, since the kids have gone back to school, a lot more problems. And I don't think that I think it's undeniable that this will probably increase. To another speaker's point, although public consumption is not technically legal, I mean, every day we walk through clouds of smoke, marijuana smoke. And it is a legal substance now, and people are free to smoke it and use products. But I do take issue with this notion that one of my colleagues raised, that we should be treating similarly or the same legal products such as liquor or whatever. Look at the way we have dealt with cigarettes and flavored cigarettes and things like that. We as a town have been very strict. We have banned the sale of them to people under a certain age. We have banned the sale altogether, I believe, of menthol. And it seems to me to have this very strict treatment of cigarettes and this very loosey-goosey treatment of marijuana, and we know THC has addictive properties, is very puzzling to me.
Your 30
And
seconds.
I'm concerned about this notion that all legal products have to be treated the same. I mean, if we take that thinking, far, I mean, we're talking about opioids, which are legal. We're talking about, cigarettes that are legal, marijuana, liquor, guns, all sorts of things. So I think that that's a tricky thing to be advocating. And liquor is different because none of us have to walk through the cloud of smoke. A person drinks and a person, it affects that person. But I'm very concerned about the effect on children. We're already seeing an increase in smoking in schools. And I would urge you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're going to return to Jonathan Davis, who's rejoined us. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much. Select Chair, and thank you to the board. I apologize. I really had some technical difficulties here. I'm Jonathan Davis, town meeting member, precinct 10. I'd just like to point out, for starters, that we're not really over COVID. That I believe that there should continue to be some social distancing. If you turn on the news this morning, and I'm sure you turn it on tonight or tomorrow morning, you'll hear that there is a new variant of COVID that's out there called the Delta variant that is considerably more infectious than the previous variants, and it seems to be rapidly becoming the dominant form of the virus. So I think we're not anywhere near over the COVID pandemic yet. I'd like to point out that we haven't heard anything about how Sanctuary has been losing customers since Netta went on to a walk-in model on Memorial Day weekend. We haven't heard anything about loss of traffic or customership by Sanctuary. And I would point out, as Selectman Fernandez said, Netta slipped one by us. That's almost a direct quote in going on to a walk-in model. In terms of equity, Sanctuary, and I think it would be a mistake for this board to be overlooking that Sanctuary is in a very different environment from Netta. Let me give you a perspective from someone who actually lives in the area. The Marriott Hotel across the street from Netta will be operating at pre-pandemic capacity pretty soon. There is a brand new hotel that's slated to open within the next year to 18 months at 30 Webster Street. 209 Harvard Street is on the Zoning Board of Appeals agenda to add 44 new units of housing within 1.5 to 2 years. Waldo Durgan, which is about 2 blocks away, will add several hundred units within 2 years. Auburn Street, which you may not have heard about, Auburn Street is adding another 15 to 20 units. And then there's another 40B slated for Beacon Street at the Ninas. All of these are going to be adding, I think, pretty close to 1,000 additional units within the next 2 years. And I think, frankly, a walk-in model will be swamped. Nobody's talking about this. Everybody's looking at Netta, but Netta's in a very different environment. It's in a much lower density environment where there isn't anything near like this construction and addition of units.
You've reached 3 minutes.
So I think that I've had what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lauren Heller. Lauren, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, it's been interesting to hear all the sides. One thing that does concern me, my name is Lauren Heller. I live in Brookline on Green Street in Precinct 8. I do have kids that go to the public school right near Sanctuary. That you assure us that it's not going to be like Netta. But I do wonder, what are we inviting into our community, and how, if there is litter or users outside or lines, how is this going to be controlled? What if the lines get out of control? What if there is litter? What if there are users and there's smoke all over? Or it just sort of increases that feel in the neighborhood. What is the protocol in that situation? And I don't feel like there is one. I know it's not, Netta was on the corner of Route 9. This is really the center of a historic neighborhood in a really prime location. And we have to remember that. We have to protect that. Because once we get the litter and the lines on the street, there's really no turning back. So this is where elementary kids walk by every day. My kids walk by there every day. And do we really truly feel it's appropriate to make it work like the Trader Joe's next door? How do we want to endorse these stores that sell a substance that does alter your brain and your thinking? And alcohol has been around for a long time, those kind of stores. This is new to society, and this is not alcohol. It's quite different. They take home alcohol, they tend to consume it somewhere inside with cups. This is different. And I think we need to recognize that. You can smell it. It's just very different. It's not, anyway, I just think that it's working as it is. And I think that it's the right thing for our community. I really do. I think it's the right thing. So thanks.
Any other people signed up to speak?
At this time, there are 14 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment. I do want to make the board aware that there are a few unanswered questions in the Q&A or comments that the chair can take up if she pleases.
The first one is not really a question. The second one, will there be increased security? I know we require a police detail. What's going on there right now? Is there a police detail? Is there still going to be a police detail? Are you going to have more than one?
We confer with the police, and anything Lieutenant Cullinane and his other command officers think is appropriate, we do. I believe there's a police detail at sometimes and not all the time. And that's significant because there really hasn't been, under the reserve ahead model, a substantial amount of business has really decreased under that. And the town, you can know it by the payments we've made. You can see that it has been different. But when necessary, in the opinion of the police, we have a detail, and Lieutenant Cullinane can speak to it. We've done everything the police have asked us to do in that regard, and we have our own security also.
And you have security cameras.
We have vast camera network. And let me say, if I may, in response, public consumption has not been an issue. And I can't see how walk-ins versus reserve ahead would affect that. In fact, there are some people that think our community outreach, because we have people walking, has cut down. There was a great deal of public consumption on Webster Street before we even opened for business, in and around the Marriott Garage and likewise, that we have paid attention to and actually cut out just by being present in those facilities. So in that area. So public consumption has not been a problem. We patrol the neighborhood. Litter has not been a problem. We patrol the neighborhood and so forth. So
Question about the bathrooms. From what I recall, you're gonna have 2 bathrooms inside?
one bathroom inside.
Oh,
It's access to, but it is controlled because we can't allow people to buy product and take it into the bathroom with them. So we do have security there to make sure that the people that go in to use the bathroom don't have any product. Either they haven't purchased their product or it's placed somewhere else, because we have to guard against allowing people to take the product into the bathroom would be inviting consumption.
Raul.
Sure. Let me make some comments that hopefully will bring us to a swift resolution tonight. I'll say that that I was thinking about as members of the public were making their comments, Heather, your comments, and Miriam, yours as well. I think it does make sense that maybe this conversation is premature and that this is the kind of conversation we need to have during that end of the year licensing period. I think it makes sense to have conditions that are consistent for all of the businesses. I also think there should be a high bar. If we can directly tie some neighborhood nuisance to the walk-in model, then I think it might make some sense going forward to implement a condition that an appointment only condition, if we can tie neighborhood nuisance to that specifically and not to just general usage. And so I don't know that we have that data right now, frankly. I think it's very difficult to understand anything from pandemic conditions. I think we will, by the time the end of the year is up, have a little bit more understanding of how walk-in is working in non-pandemic conditions in Brookline post the proliferation of not just recreational marijuana stores, but also as delivery starts to roll out and less people are actually coming to the site to actually purchase product. So I would encourage us to wait until December, consider this again at that point. The other thing I'll just say is personally for me, someone who's maybe willing to consider that appointment only might be the better model, even if it doesn't mean that I'll necessarily vote for it in the future if the conditions don't warrant it. Some of these arguments about about people and the kinds of people and those arguments don't work on me. In fact, they turn me in the other direction. And so I want us to think about folks that are making comments like that, to think about the impact that those arguments are having on folks like me who might be willing to sort of consider your position on these things. Those are the things that turn me in the other direction and don't make me want to agree with you on these issues. That said, I try to keep a level head and address the issues as they are, not as they're framed by other people. So just something to consider moving forward.
So I see somebody who has already spoken that wants to speak again. I'm going to take all comments and questions from my fellow select board members, and I will allow for this person to speak, but only for a minute and a half, since she has already had an opportunity to speak. There are 2 questions in the Q&A that are related to the logos. I am not comfortable regulating logos of a business. I believe that is the state purview. So I'm not comfortable putting any conditions on a local license. I think that is an issue that you should take up with your state representative. Any other comments from select board members? John.
Yeah, I hadn't spoken yet, and I just wanted to say a couple of words. I agree with my colleagues who have cited reasons why we should go ahead and if we're going to have walk-in in Netta, we should have walk-in in Sanctuary. And furthermore, town meeting did speak on this issue, and I haven't seen that change. And I also think that things are going to trend in a good direction going forward in terms of there being fewer problems from walk-in than there were in the advent of retail marijuana in Brookline. So we just got to keep working hard at getting a handle on this. But what I want to say about the folks who spoke, I do hope the folks listening at home, whether they agree or disagree on all aspects of marijuana retail operations, recognize that for the most part, those who spoke in favor of stricter regulation tonight, they have the interests of kids in mind. There is a genuine body of concern in this country about it's all well and good to have legalized marijuana, and I agree with that course of action. But on the other hand, let's not be naive about the questions that are going to arise as to if you have addiction, if it in any sense contributes to addiction, if it in any sense contributes to mental health problems with kids, then we have to take some responsibility. And I think these people who spoke tonight, whether we agree with them or not, are trying to take responsibility for the future of kids. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I thank them for that.
Any other comments before I acknowledge Lauren Bernard? Lauren, you have a minute and a half.
Hamilton. I wanted to make a clarification and then ask a question based on the discussion you had. I'll ask my question first, actually. So in the spirit of, and I understand this, you know, we don't know what walk-ins at Sanctuary look like because we started, you know, Sanctuary opened under COVID. That is a fact. But given what happened at Netta, I think many of us would feel a lot better if you all were able to have some kind of plan of what if things go badly again? What if it becomes a zoo again, like it was at Netta? And these are not characterizations of any of people who are customers there. It's just that the fact it was crazy down there. And there were a lot of bad things happening if you talk to people in the neighborhood there, and myself that witnessed it. So I think a lot of us would feel better that, you know, we don't just wait till December and change their licensing, but like if there is a lot of public consumption, if kids are getting a hold of product, if there is litter on the streets, if there is, you know, all of this stuff, what will you all do? Just some kind of mitigation plan that's developed in the event. And we hope there isn't that. And also, I wanted just to bring up, you know, the idea that nobody's talked about really tonight is a sunset clause. And just, you know, to have you all understand that those of us like Select Board Member Van Squad was saying, this has nothing to do with whoever shops at Sanctuary, not at all. This is concern about kids who have really had a really tough 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Monique wants to respond.
Yes. Hi, Lauren. So my name is Monique, and I am the cannabis mitigation coordinator for the town. And after everything that happened at Netta happened, the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee was created to mitigate those issues, to prioritize funding that we receive from retailers and other marijuana establishments. My job really is to be the connect, the resource for the public. So feel free to email me at any time with any concerns that you have, specifically related to, you know, any of the retailers. CMAC does meet once per month. It's usually the first Thursday of every month. Next month's meeting is actually on the 8th. It's at noon on Thursdays. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know that, you know, we do have a dedicated position, which is so rare. Lots of other communities actually don't have the ability to fund a position like we do. So we are always, you know, talking with other departments, with, you know, Lieutenant Cullinane, zoning, fire, police, everybody. So I just wanted to let you know that we do have mitigation happening and mitigation measures that we, you know, that we are enacting right now, actually. So
Jeffrey Allen.
I'm just going to be very brief. I've spent my entire life in this community. I know there are eyes on us. I know how citizen-oriented Brookline is. We're going to review daily our experience. We're going to examine it and I've impressed upon my clients how citizen-centric Brookline is. And so if we have an inkling of a problem, we're going to respond. We're not going to, we know that if it becomes a big problem, we're going to be back before you, probably in person. And so we're going to be very responsive. Monique calls, she calls me on my vacation, I respond. We try to be very, very responsive.
Bernard.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Where are you?
I'm not muted.
You're not muted.
No, I'm not muted. Just want to make the point that, like Monique said, we have an incredibly extensive system in place to address issues that come up. But in terms of children seeing logos or walking by a store and seeing people buying marijuana, that is an issue. That is a problem. But it's a problem that we have when kids go into Trader Joe's and see all the liquor there. And the way that we need to deal with it. And I think that I assume that the Cannabis Mitigation Committee, as well as Monique, actually has this on their agenda, is making sure that through the Public Health Department and the schools, we try to counter the impact of of kids seeing someone with a marijuana package in their hands. That's an educational issue. It's not something that you can sort of ban, by trying to keep kids' eyes closed as they walk by a cannabis store or, otherwise.
So I'll just say two things. One, I close this public hearing, and two, to Janice Kahn's point, we can certainly take this issue up if we feel it necessary at any point. We are the license issuer, and we don't have to wait until the end of the year. But I need to know that they're violating their conditions or that things are getting out of control before I impose this condition, considering the outcome of town meeting approximately 2 years ago on this very issue. That's my personal feeling. Any other comments by select board members? So I will probably move language. Oh, Monique.
Hi, so I just need clarity regarding condition number 27 that was added regarding the electric vehicles. And then I also wanted to propose an amendment to condition number 28. I'm sorry, I know it's last minute in the game, but so a member of the public really, she, brought this to my attention, that the number 20, it's really vague. And so I would really appreciate the condition to read marijuana courier pickups and loading is only permitted in the 2 dedicated parking spots on the leased private lot located at 25 Webster Street. It's just not that clear. So that's just the amendment that I'm proposing.
Is that amenable to you, Jeffrey?
Yes.
Okay. So we will move adoption of that clarifying language. And as for the electric vehicle requirement, maybe the language can read that there is a strong desire to see this in the future, in the near future, so that we can meet our 2030 goals.
Okay.
Gabe, do you want to say one last thing?
Yeah. So that goal that you have for 2030, isn't that for single occupant, privately owned vehicles? These aren't single occupant vehicles. Per state regulations, we need to have 2 people per the vehicle, and the vehicle needs to be owned by the company. So they're commercial vehicles.
I get what you're saying, but this town passed a bylaw that prohibited fossil fuels from being in new construction. People are going to want to see electric vehicles. fully electric vehicles in the future.
And is that going to be something done for like Uber and DoorDash and those kind of companies too? Is that going to be required for them?
We would only require that once we have a game plan to impose such a condition across the board.
And would the city of or the town of Brookline help fund electric vehicles for companies that, like, if this is imposed on me, like, would the town help out with something like this? Knowing that, like, I'm bootstrapping all this myself. So
Well,
I'm just
since I
like
have no
curious.
idea how long it's going to take for us to develop those, I can't comment on that. Bernard, did you want to say something? You're muted again.
How did that happen? I don't think we should take up this proposal. I think, or we should vote it down, because we're not in a position to answer all the questions. For example, as Mr. Salazar raised, who else is going to be subject to this? Who else is going to be encouraged down the road to impose or to use electric vehicles, et cetera? I think it's way too early for us to even have this discussion. So that's my view.
Miriam.
I want to clarify, Bernard, what you're saying is we should just strike condition 27 altogether at this point. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, I think it's important we think about it, and I think it's important. I think you're right, Heather, down the road, this is going to definitely come our way. But at this point, I just don't think that it's crafted enough that we need to have a condition in it. But that's my feeling. I'm not, if others have stronger arguments, I'm listening.
I actually kind of like having the language in there as a reminder that that's where we want to go and that we are thinking about it. I mean, boards turn over and we go 6 months, maybe even a year without really looking at this language. We forget. Anybody else feel as strongly as I do? Because I'll drop it.
So how would you word it?
A strong desire to see this technology adopted in the
But just this company, just this industry, I guess that's where we begin to have real problems.
Well, I would then tell either Monique or legal counsel that whenever we have a license agreement that looks like this language is included. The problem is we don't have direct license authority over Uber Eats and these other entities.
But the Cannabis Control Commission has identified couriers as one of the social equity type business. How do they put it?
Applicants.
Right, and for us to single them out for this costly and unique requirement, I think goes against the Cannabis Control Commission's effort to divert or provide these business opportunities to social equity enterprises or businesses. And I think that it's bad. It's really undermining that effort by the Cannabis Control Commission, among other problems I think I have with it.
I'd agree with you if we were requiring it today. We're saying that we want to see this in the future, and it's not a requirement. But if there aren't 3 votes, then I'll drop it.
I would vote for language that is not a requirement. I don't see any, excuse me, I don't see any harm to the applicants if we simply make it known within a license application that there is a strong sentiment in favor, and they have to decide for themselves if it's economically feasible and practical. But we want them to know there's a strong sentiment in favor of use of electric vehicles in Brookline. for this purpose.
Raul?
Jeffrey, you have any issue with that?
My problem is, and I think Select Board Member Green hit the nail on the head. Come December, you're going to put this in every restaurant license, that every delivery they get, that you have a strong preference for electric vehicles. I'm not sure that this social equity program is the right place to start this effort. Certainly at some point in the future, if it becomes feasible, it's something to revisit. But I don't think Brookline is ever going to lose sight of paying attention to what's environmentally friendly. So I just think it's premature. I understand the strong preference, it won't hurt, but you're singling out this one industry at this point for that strong preference.
Well, I would just respond and say, well, you start somewhere, right? I don't think that the intent, I think you know that the intent of this board isn't to single out the marijuana industry on this specifically, and that if we agree on this, then we'll likely agree in the future on other business types too. That this is something in areas where we do have licensing authority, that this is something we're going to push for. So yeah, I think I'd be inclined to support that, Heather, to include that.
I would simply say, I'm not jumping up and down on it. And the people that know me know that if I was upset, I would.
Might I suggest proposed language? So it could say the licensee shall make reasonable efforts to investigate electric vehicles and the state programs, incentives that come up, if you want to start there. And then perhaps tweak that further, to set a specific timeline moving forward. But just, reasonable effort to investigate what are your options. And then that way, it's memorialized and carried into the future.
I do understand that. However, even with electric vehicles, there are systems that need to be put in place in the vehicles, like GPS tracking, cameras, all that good stuff. Now that would, I'm just thinking even future, that would lessen, we'd have to charge a lot, and where would we charge? Who would pay for the charging? Would the city of Brookline allow free charging? And is this a requirement for vehicles that are registered to the city of Brookline? And if that's the case, my license isn't registered to Brookline. It's registered in a whole nother city. So I'm not sure how that would even,
So, sorry, pardon my interruption. So with programs with the state, I mean, you can purchase an electronic vehicle anywhere, or an electric vehicle anywhere. And I do think that, you do get incentives. I'm not sure if that's, if you do business here specifically, or if you live here specifically. I'm not sure what the details are, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I don't think that it would be Brookline specific in terms of, would you have to, would it have to be registered here?
Well, and in terms of the other question, we did pass a bylaw that requires our own fleet of vehicles that the town owns to be hybrid and I think fully electric at some point. Bernard, did you have your hand up?
I may have. I just want to emphasize that, again, we're going against the Cannabis Control Commission's efforts to make these courier licenses available to so-called certified economic empowerment applicants and social equity program participants. During the meeting of the zoning bylaw committee a couple months ago, there was a few months ago, a lot of discussion of, how do we adjust, or how do we ensure that we're not making it more difficult in terms of, parking requirements and things like that for these applicants, when the Cannabis Control Commission is trying to make it easier for them to get into the business. And I think that this even a sort of future suggestion, I think it is putting a burden on them that may be small right now, but could be big as people take that language to mean that a year or two down the road, we put pressure on them to actually do it before it's time. So I think this is just a bad precedent, given given the town's desire to bring more equity to the cannabis business. I mean, this is a contradiction to that. So I would still vote against. Even Monique's language, which is fairly bland.
Yeah, I mean,
Ouch.
I don't see it the same way, but I will say I think it'd be great if we can get 5 board members on the same page on this, because I think we do share the same aims here, and maybe it's a matter of maybe this is a thing that we do toward the end of the year where we make it part of our licensing conditions with similar businesses or something. And I don't know if there's a way to provide things, more incentives or things like that. And maybe that's just something we need to think about. But I'd love to have all of us on board with this, and it doesn't seem like we all are right now.
Okay, why don't we wait until December when we take up both licenses? Maybe we'll have an opportunity to get some feedback and find an agreed upon item.
Yeah.
And like,
And maybe like Todd and the other folks that sort of brought this forward can sort of think this through a little bit more and how we might be able to operationalize it. I think there was some reasonable concerns that were brought up too.
Okay, we'll certainly check in with the transportation department and let them know.
okay, thank you, Monique. Okay, so we will table the electric vehicle item in the conditions. So I will move the language. I move to approve the amended license conditions regarding Phase 4 operations plan and the delivery of adult use marijuana for sanctuary medicinals located at 1351 Beacon Street. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and I'm sorry for the late hour.
So are we.
Not your fault.
I can attest it comes with the territory. Good night.
Okay, let's try to speed through these appointments.
I will try to walk you through the planning board issue. We had late breaking news that Matthew Udens, who's been a long-term member of the planning board, is not applying for reappointment after all. So at this point, there are sufficient applicants to be either reappointed or to be. We have two vacancies. And so I think it's all tied together. So I don't think you're having any competition for these positions. I would just mention that Blair Hines has not been interviewed by this board yet. So whether you want to appoint everybody except for Mr. Hines and wait on Mr. Hines, that's up to you. But what we're talking about here is Mr. Hyken reappointed, and that's it. And then wait a second. And then Mr. Hines would eventually, I guess, be reappointed after his interview. And then we have Shelley Chapimo and David Deininger, who are applied for openings. So you have Hyken and Chipimo and Deininger. And then eventually Mr. Hines after you reappoint him.
Are there 4 openings?
Well, the situation is such that Steve, Blair, and Matthew were all expiring. There's one true vacancy, but now that Matthew is no longer going to seek reappointment, that is also a vacancy because his term technically expired in 2019. He has agreed to serve until a replacement is found, but you have the opportunity to appoint Shelley and David into those 2 vacancies, and then, like town administrator said, interview Blair Hines at a later date for possible reappointment.
Okay, I've served with Blair on the what was it, the Land Bank Study Committee, but I really do think that we owe it to the board to have him come before us. Have we reached out? Is there any tentative?
He just returned from a 6-week trip and is getting me his availability. We also received an additional application for the planning board today, so that seat would be contested technically because it's an expiring position and there's a new applicant, which I've forwarded to the planning board staff, and they're reaching out to do the normal vetting process. But as it stands right now, there are 2 vacancies that could have folks go into, and then we're looking for a reappointment on Steve Hyken.
John.
I just want to add that I had a conversation with Steve Hyken earlier today, and perhaps there's just some confusion in the air about this, but he did say to me that he thinks there's actually an additional opening on the board. So in other words, there would be room for appointment of Steve and Blair and the 2 new applicants that we have on the agenda tonight, and then possibly a 3rd applicant.
I don't believe so.
Well, as I say, there could be some confusion in the air, but he seemed to think so.
So this is what I'd like to propose. Oh, Bernard.
Yeah, let me just say, I would be very uncomfortable if we were putting Blair Hines in competition for his seat with someone that just applied. I mean, Blair, I think most of us know Blair. He's very, very good in what he does. If we were to lose him because we have a great applicant also applying for a position that turns out to be just the one position left, I think we'd really be hurting the town. And I think that suggests that maybe if there is another applicant, that applicant should be considered in together with Chipperimo and Garinza, the 2 other new appointees. It's just my view.
My proposal is that we put Steve Hyken's name before us, and I feel very strongly about, was it Shelley that interviewed before one of our town meeting nights?
Yes.
She was amazing. And then we leave 2 openings. We interview Blair, and we pick from the people that
are left.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Sure.
Okay. So Mel, do you want to do this appointment thing, or do you want me to do the roll call?
Yeah, why don't you do it?
Okay. So all those in favor of reappointing Steve Hyken to the planning board, say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Almost forgot. It's getting late. And now the name Shelley, what is her last name?
Chippermo.
Okay.
C-H-I.
Okay.
What Mel just said.
Okay. So we all remember her. I agree with the chair that she's a great candidate, but I hope other people remember her and agree to that also.
One of the best 30-second elevator pitches I've seen. I'm putting her name forward to be appointed to the planning board. All those in favor say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now the.
Yes, there is also a vacancy on the aging, the community aging.
Age-friendly cities.
Pardon me, the age-friendly committee. And we don't have any formal applicants, but it's my understanding that there is an interest in appointing an individual, but
I believe she applied today.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Is that Carol?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We all know Carol, right?
Yes. And she, so the position she's replacing is that of her late husband.
If anyone can replace Frank Carroll, it has to be Carol, but Frank was incredible.
You would actually water the plants at all the libraries. Okay, so I move that we appoint Carol Caro to the Age Friendly Cities Committee. All those in favor, say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my God.
Next week in person?
Maybe.
No.
This whole like not having AC thing. Ooh.
You had me with the pizza.
I'm going to be in Oregon next week. So if y'all are in person, I'm calling in.
Okay. You can be like Rita McNally on the phone.
Rita McNally facing whatever she wants.
All righty.
Okay, thank you all. Sorry for the late hour.
See you all soon.
Bye.